Do 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 do. And we are live. Good evening, all you lovely fluffs. How are we all doing today? This is Caddie with you here, coming to you from this lovely Christmas week, Monday evening. Good evening, Siri, and good evening, me. I'm glad you both have let me know that you're here and you are active. Good work. Points to both of you. So, it is the day before Christmas Eve. And hello there, Tanya. Welcome in there, pretty puppy. I know. I picked the most appropriate avatar for Just Before Christmas to wear on Just Before Christmas because, well, not everybody's feeling it 100%. And I totally understand that. Also, I wore a painfully Christmassy avatar last week. And you all had to deal with that most of the stream. And I just wanted to be something different. I was kind of feeling this. I'll join you after I have dinner. You probably be able to see my personal Avi in person. Oh, that is pretty sweet. Yay. So, tonight I did have a topic I wanted to go over. It's long enough since me being at a con that I don't feel like I'm obligated to give any further con review specifically. But I did want to talk about a convention-related topic. This is one that affects more heavily younger furries, people who are newer to furry in general, or people that really don't get to go out as often and see other like-minded people. Happy Monday, amazing people. You made it through the day. Yes, you did. Thank you, Fopsy, and you did too. Good girl. But, PCD, post-con depression. I know. I'm coming at you with the exciting topics. I'm here to make you smile. We're going to talk about depression. Actually, more in the line of, we're going to talk about why it will fade, and the older and longer you're into this stuff, the less you're probably going to realize that it even was a thing, in your mind anyway. Yeah, the newer generation's still going to get it. Those who are really in the remoter areas that are not near any other furry friends are going to get it more. But over time, you're going to find more people around you by accident. You're going to lose track of time, and it's going to be the next con before you realize, oh dear God, I just finished unpacking from the last one, and now I'm packing for this one. True story, more than a few times. But why would we get it? What would cause this horrible, horrible feeling that we'd had a fun time? Why are we so sad? Well, it's really simple. A lot of us, whenever we first get into the furry fandom, or any fandom for that matter, we recognize that, oh my God, there's this big event, even if it's just a few hundred people or a few thousand, where there's a whole bunch of people like me. This is amazing. This is great. This is the best. And then you have to go home and go back to normality after the weekend's over. And that can hit like a ton of bricks, sometimes even before you have left the event you're at. Like on the Sunday night of a con, where you're supposed to still be having fun with your friends, most of them are still there. few had to go home early because they didn't take Monday off and they needed to travel home. But you probably have quite a few that are, still chilling with you, going to the dead dog dance, doing the thing, having more fun. But you're already feeling like the world has ended. And this is actually very understandable. I'm going to change my eye hue a little bit. That's better. Now, there we go. That's nicer. I want to look my best for all of you. That idea that you have never been in this kind of an amazing situation before. You've never gotten to be at a furry con. And now you've been there. And the magic has happened. And it's not even so much there's much magic involved. It's just the fact that you got to spend time with all of these people that are like-minded. In no way did you feel like you had to restrict that part of yourself. And even if you're just doing it subconsciously, like you don't have to, you feel like you are now back trapped in the real world. And that can really hit. And I understand that. It is hard. Bouncing back to reality and having to hide all of that stuff, especially if you live with friends or family who are definitely not into this furry stuff. Having to quickly conceal all of your swag that you got, your awesome badge that said you were a tender of FluffCon 2024, and your that one print you picked up and a couple of pins and maybe a t-shirt or two. Heck, you might even just grab yourself a tail and ears for the first time. Congratulations. You got your furry starter pack. Welcome to the game. Another thing being right there, that's all of the furry stuff you probably have at this point. You may have had some of them before, like you picked up a t-shirt off that one streamer's merch store. But that was it. Most of your stuff is not really so furry. You only have a couple of plushies, and this little bit of stuff you bought. So your little world of furry feels empty compared to where you just were. You had a dealer's room with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of furry merchandise surrounding you, and all you could afford to buy was a couple $100 worth of stuff. I'm not saying that's not a lot, more that all of this was around you, and now it's not. You probably got to see your first fursuits and give them hugs. And you're not going to get to do that anytime soon. And if someone that really liked those things, it's just, well, that sucks. This is not now. Now I'm just normal. And if you don't live in a very touchy-feely kind of situation, you might not be around a bunch of people that might want to, say, hug or snuggle with you randomly as much as you would at, say, a furry con. So you're missing a lot of those direct interactions. And why it will get easier. First off, the older you get, the quicker time goes by. Even if you're just doing one actual con a year, it really will catch up with you. Time flies the older you get. I say this as, I'm going to admit, older person at this point. Yeah. A year goes by so fast. Christmas is here again before I know it. Thanksgiving is here again before I know it. Halloween is. And when you have all of these other things like major holidays in your time zone, that you're latching down on, 2 furry cons a year that are almost at exact opposite ends catch up fast. I will definitely admit, between Anthrocon and MFF, I quickly lose track of time. The fact that time is passing. And all of a sudden it's like, wow, well, back at a FurryCon again. Or in the process of packing for a FurryCon again. Because when you're a fursuiter, you kind of got to think a little bit ahead of time. It's not like just throw 5 t-shirts and 5 underwear and 5 pants into the suitcase and some badges and maybe charging cables for your hardware. Boom, done. Small suitcase, easy pack, throw in the car, roll. Oh, no. When you're a fursuiter, you got to think about, I got to make sure all my parts are there, everything's clean, everything fits right, nothing's damaged, nothing needs repairs, nothing needs any extra attributes for, say, a theme for the con or something. And the more you do this, the more cons you've been to, the more crap you're going to obtain. I don't mean that in a negative sense, more just in the sense that you have things. You will be establishing a furry zone over time. Oh, wow, that was fast. I saw that pop up and get banned right away. Nice. But over time, you're going to buy a print here or two and maybe get a frame from Michael's and hang it on your wall. Hi, other Cad Pig. I see you're being all excited there. So you're going to obtain stuff. You will end up with things. So your space at home, even if you're alone, is going to quickly get a little bit more furry. And the older you get, the more free spending money you end up with, because you get a raise here and there, and you're acting a little more frugal, and you go, I deserve that one more piece of art, or that tail, or oh my god, I found a partial fursuit that I liked at a good price. And these things slowly start building up in your personal space. Even if it's just your bedroom at your parents' house that you're still stuck at, it's at least looking more like your own little furry den as opposed to your teenage bedroom. I have no chores right now. I have a lot of energy too. Awesome. Well, get in and enjoy this fun. So over not too many years, you're going to establish furry stuff. This is an inevitable situation if you are a furry. So your space will quickly become more. And you're going to find more people closer to you. It is inevitable that people will come out of the closet as furry in any given zone. So just because you thought you were it in your bum fluff nowhere, you're going to find 10 more people pop out of the woods and go, oh, by the way, I'm furry. Or someone's going to randomly buy a house in your area and be like, sup, I'm a furry. I came here because of ... pointless reason. Yup. I need a high energy emote. You have lots of them there, sweetie. So yeah, you're gonna slowly but surely make it so you don't have this problem. But I admit, it is real. Even when you've been to a couple of furry cons, it can hit hard. If anything, it really hits harder after like your second or third con than it did you after your first one. Because after your first one, you might just be like starstruck. The world just kind of exploded in your face and you don't know what to think about it. Fossy be wagging too. You're all being cute. So you may have just left the first furry con you went to and are just so stupefied you don't know what to think about it. And it doesn't fully sink in of where you were. The second time and third time around, you're comfortable in your situation. You've been to that hotel. You've walked around all the spaces. You know which ways to get to the event spaces and where the meetup rooms are and all that fun jazz. And now that feels like a comfortable space. And then you have to leave. The day my family lets me go to a con, I'll cry. I'm sure you're going to get to soon enough, honey. It's bound to happen. But yeah, once you really start to understand the spaces, it's a lot harder when you have to end up leaving that space. Another bonus thing with being younger and having a more flexible job situation, there's a good chance you might get to go to more cons that are nearby during that time in your life, both because you have the energy to, and you're more willing to, say, live on a ramen diet for a period of time, just to make sure that you can enjoy going to as much stupid stuff as you can. Young, travelable, and fun mode still. I miss those days to some extent. There was at least 1 year where I had hit 6 cons in a single year. I don't know how I did it, energy-wise, financially, etc., but I did. And that was crazy. Because now I look at my 2 cons a year and I'm like, I'm barely ready between each of those ones, and they're 6 months apart. Happy tears. My family thinks all furries are not the safe for work kinds. Give them time. They'll figure it out. Parents learn. This is how life works. It's becoming more and more exposed in the mainstream media. We are not all just sex. And even the worst news coverage is starting to understand that. Also, there's a lot of things nowadays that we didn't have as much of when I was younger, like VR Chat here. You actually have the ability to run into furries in what is effectively a live situation constantly. Because you may not be able to physically touch another furry here, but you can see them and talk to them in an anthropomorphic form. Like right now, I'm a bunny. Do you have any questions that I'm a bunny? Does this in any way not seem like reality to you? No. Why? Because you're seeing a bunny talking to you. You can't feel that bunny hug you whenever they grab you unless you have really good phantom sense. But in the very least, you comprehend the fact that you have a bunny in front of you as of right now, talking, enjoying life, and just being part of your day. And if you get some friends that are online in VR chat and whatnot, you can come on and be with friends that way. Even if you don't have a headset, you can be a bunny to them, or a wolf or a fox or whatever, and they can be a bunny or a kitty or a rex, an axolotl, whatever they happen to want to be or you want to be. You just are that when you're talking to each other. And it's a much better experience even than whenever we got Second Life back when we started getting that in our furry existence. And that was all the time desktop, not VR. If you're able to get a VR headset, I mean, you're in it. You're all of a sudden in the game. You are part of this world. No touchy, but it's like you're actually there. My family, I leave with my twin, not my dad. Left hand Thank you. Don't disappear. That's interesting because I think many people don't have a clue what furries really are all about. I agree. I was a fops when I meet you. Yes, you were. Fopsy my watches too much stereotype vids about stuff. Yeah, this happens. But hey, people learn. Just give them all time. Try and introduce media into their lives that would be more positive. Slowly. Drip feed it. Don't force it. Otherwise, you're just going to make them ignore the fact that it's there. Heckin' cutie. Thank you, Tanya. Something go ding. Well, let's see what that is. Thank you, Elsa4455. Elsa, welcome and thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. I'll admit, after a couple of times in my younger years, I did get an amount of PCD. But I also had the concept, even if I didn't have a lot of furries back home, I already had established with my family, they understood what I liked, and they accepted my furry stuff. So for them, it was okay. I will definitely say after my first furry con in 2003, I had the starstruck thing. I didn't understand everything. I didn't understand what I had and lost all of a sudden. Beginning my journey on becoming a... Oh, well, awesome! I hope it goes well. Please enjoy your new life. I hope you find it a happier experience than the way you were. But after my second con... in 2004, that's when I went to my first Anthrocon. I definitely understood what I had gotten to and what I had to drive away from for 6 hours back to the other side of Pennsylvania. But at the time, I'd already established some semi-local furry friends. In fact, we were carpooling a van load of us from Western Pennsylvania over to Philly, where the con was. So I did have a little bit of a local backbone. I didn't have a lot going on at home still. I was living in an apartment with a friend who was also a furry. We came out to each other as furries, and it was like, well, that happened. I am kind of interested in becoming a furry. Oh, well, that is awesome. I hope you do enjoy being a furry as well. Hi, Caddie. Hi, Silver. Hi, little Babkin. Good girl. Now, after that first, having left a con and kind of feeling that loss of where I was, being at a big convention that was local that I could get to, that I'd have to sit on a plane for an insane amount of hours to get across the Atlantic Ocean to be at. Yeah, I started to feel a little bit of a loss when I wasn't there. But that didn't last long. May I join you a bit after I do a few things? In a bit, yes. I'm talking about an important topic right now, so not right yet. Now, quite a few cons went by in a few years, and I slowly was having less and less of a reaction myself after each con. I didn't ever have a lot to begin with, but what I did have was starting to go away. I don't have enough for the lamey. Well, you'll get it eventually. It saves up. Points do generate. But as cons went by, I knew more and more that the next one was going to be there soon. And I kept finding more that I could easily get to. And I had a job that was a lot more flexible. I was by myself effectively, so I could go and do things on my leisure. I forgot to say hi to Fopsy. That's fine. And she said hi to Silver. You don't have to. It's okay. The world knows you're here. You're okay, little cat pig. So time was going by. I was finding more cons and things I can get to and escape into my fun world more and more often and enjoy myself. Nibbles the Caddie. Oh, hi, silly Tanya. Nibble, nibble, nibble. But then fate dribbled into my life. And I met someone. It's not the first person I dated, by far. In fact, I was dating a girl whenever I first had gone to a furry con. But I met someone special that I knew was part of my life for goodsies. And that would be, I met Fopsy. We hit it off right away pretty hard, but she was still in an attached relationship, so it's not like we could just hitch up and be a thing. Aw, Phantom's giving pets. Not right now, honey. We're still in the middle of something. I'll let you in later. Hi, Phantom. So, Fopsy and I met, and I'll admit, even right after that first furry event that we met at, it felt hard to leave that and leave that cutie back to do what their life was. But as time went by, we quickly started to go to cons coincidingly. Either just knowing the other one was going to be there and we spent a lot of time together, or we shared room space together. Meaning, we had direct interaction. We were staying in the same spaces. And it was one of the last times that before we were together at an Anthrocon that it hit me the hardest. This would be my biggest interaction with post-con depression. And that was, I was Fopsy's and her friend's ride from the airport in Pittsburgh in and out of downtown Pittsburgh. This may not sound like as big of a deal. I will say definitely there was the magic of getting to see her and her friend as I picked them both up in my shitty little Ford Probe, squeezed all of their crap into that little ass car and got them into downtown Pittsburgh. What sucked was the other half. I didn't have to leave till later that night, but they needed to go back to the airport to catch their flight back to California. That must have been awkward. Well, it wasn't their other partner at the time. It was just their friend that they were flying with. So I didn't have to worry about, former partner being in that particular picture there. So the hard part being that Sunday night, packing both of them into my car and all of their stuff into their totes and heading back to the airport. Going to the airport, I still had Fopsy with me. I still was there. I hadn't stepped out. It didn't even remotely hit me yet that something was wrong in my headspace. I dropped them both off at the luggage drop off. I even helped them get their stuff into the airport, so they were getting ready, loading up, and getting out of my world, unfortunately. And I never even got to leave the airport before it hit. And it hit like a ton of bricks. I made it back to my car. I sat down in my seat, closed the door. I don't even think I managed to have turned the car on to start heating it up. Turn the air on, the fan at least. That car did not have air conditioning. It was summer. I sat in my car and I could not help it. I cried. I don't cry a lot. I'm not exactly an emotional waterfall in this sense. Sorry, my nephews keep hitting each other. That's fine. You don't have to let me know. There's no chains on you here, sweetie. So I'm sitting in my car and it just hits hard. It wasn't like one of those cries where you expect someone's going to see you. It was the cry that you can't not do, that you know has to happen, that there's no way to avoid. And I just sat there in my car and I cried. The most important part of my life, and I already knew that Fopsy was the most important part of my life. She was still technically with another person. We both knew already, though, this is what needs to be. This is existence. And that part of my life just got an airplane to fly 4 time zones away from me. And it hit. And there was the worst post-con depression I have ever experienced. It's hard to explain how hard that can be to anyone that has not had to actually leave the most important person in their life on an airplane to go away from them. I know plenty of military families and military relationships have gotten to experience this. But it's not exactly everybody that knows what that feels like. And I calmed down after a little bit. It's not like it was going to cost me any more to sit in the drop-off lot than it did just to park the car and let them out. So let the cry happen. Let it come out. And I started to drive back into Pittsburgh. Because I still had the rest of the night. I was going to hang out there for a while longer before I had to go back start driving back home. At the time, to central Pennsylvania. And before I even made it back into Pittsburgh, I got a phone call. Their flight was canceled. And they needed a ride back into town. By golly, I caught the first exit, looped my dumb bunny butt around, and headed back to the airport to grab them from there and bring them back into downtown Pittsburgh. They'd already arranged to have the hotel room for an extra night because they were stuck there. They were already arranging to get a taxi or something back the next day to the airport whenever their new flight was going to be. But I went from ultra depressed to post-con depression, dear. So I went from absolute negative depression level to elated that I was going to get to see Fopsy again. And I did. I picked them up again at the airport, drove back into Pittsburgh, went back to the Dirty Westin, and we went up to the hotel room and we talked a little longer. We got to have a little more time. And I feel like I got more closure there, just getting that last little bit. And my mind had already gone through the depression cycle before I ended up actually leaving them. And that little cookie at the end actually helped me detach a lot better. because I got to experience the depression, experience the loss, and then get to experience, oh, it never is really over, is it? I do get to see you again. We are still here. And then my 3-hour drive back home wasn't so bad. Even for just a little bit of more time together, that fixed it. That fixed me and helped me get through. And it wasn't long after that we did end up getting together. Like, permanent-wise. And let me put it in the short story version of, now when I leave a furry con, I take the most important part back home with me. Every single convention. Every time I leave a convention, I bring the best part home with me. The most wonderful furry in my life gets back in the car with me and drives home with me. It's hard for me to get at any post-con depression anymore because not only did I meet the most important thing at a furry con, the most important person, the most important part of my life came from a con. But now they come home with me from it every single time. And every day I wake up, and that person is there. That person is there and part of my life. Foreverty, everty. Not just post-con depression, but also how you met and fell in love with Flopsy. Yeah, basically. I kind of tied in there together, because it was the most con depression-y story I had. But since I now take home what makes my life right with me every time I go out, and knowing that she's there, she's always there, it's important. It's a big part of my existence. And I'm not saying everyone's going to go to 6 furry cons and find their one special sun pony, and you're going to find a way to make it work. Heck, you could go down to the grocery store today and reach for a box of Sketty, and some other person does at the same time, and your eyes meet, and that just happened to be the right person. You never know when you're going to find, if you're going to find that person. But if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And yeah, it makes a big difference. Cute. Aww. I'd be amazed if Flopsy. I'm getting hugs. Standing behind you and listening. Yeah, she was right over there paying attention to my every word. She'd give me hugs and kisses. At break time. Time to give our lovin's on Cadbag Jr. Yes, yes, yes. I love you, sweet pea. You are my important sun pony. Schmoopy-doo! Caddie, I think my nephew is broken. Probably. It's a nephew. They tend to be broken. That's in the nature. He's trying to break his teeth. Well, hopefully it's before the baby teeth all fall out, so there's at least something to grow back in. Good luck. Either that, or I hope he enjoys dentures for the rest of his life. So, yeah. Conventions are fun. But they can also hit hard when they end. But we do work our way around that. Adult teeth. Well, that would be like dentures. He has a few. That's fine. But yeah. Having a car, feeling more comfortable making longer drives does make a difference on how many furry cons and furry events you can get to on your own. And Cutie Catty. Hi, Captain Stouty. Um, and the older you get and the more reliable of a vehicle you potentially have and the more comfortable you are with a longer drive, you're going to find more furry cons are actually more accessible than you think. Heck, if you get to the point where you can afford flying and you don't have as much luggage still, aka you don't own a fursuit, flying to a con is not that bad. I even flew to FC once. It was doable. I took one fursuit. It was nerve-wracking to have that in my checked luggage, but Caddie made it there safely and enjoyed his time in California. When it comes to air travel related fur cons, it can be a lot more of a hassle come fursuit o'clock if that's part of your life. But, honestly, if it is just mostly clothes and a couple of paraphernalia like your badges and, a camera isn't even much of a thing anymore. Most everyone just carries their cell phones, which is better than most point-and-shoot cameras are nowadays anyway. So basically your clothes, some badges, maybe a few specific toiletries and a plushie, and boom, that's a carry-on luggage there. You don't even have to have a checked bag at that rate. Congratulations, you made it to a flying furry con. You didn't even have to pay the $50 for a checked bag. What's Caddie dressed as? A cutie princess? Actually, I'm a goth bunny today. Goth bunny. Near. There. Goth bunny. Bink. Oh, and I meant at the con. Oh, lots of things. Caddie has quite a few outfits. All of my fursuits get to carry plenty of different things to put on. That is part of why packing for FurCon is a lot harder to do a flying con with the two of us. Not only do you want to pack 2 fursuits each, but you also want to pack outfits and things for them. We fill up the back of a mid-size hatchback. Completely. Entirely. Without question. Trick question. Caddie is always a cute princess. Cute. Hey, hi, Wild. Caddie and Carlos, my bull OC, need to have a shopping day sometime. I'm okay with that. The more you go to furry cons, the more it becomes something you will recognize as part of your annual situation. Remember when you were little, let's say, by the way I return my friend's VR, I'm sorry. Hey, you might get one eventually. Phantom, I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl, Phantom. Even if I look like a bad girl bunny, I am a good girl. I'm a very good girl, little Phantom. I am a good girl. I keep minimizing that window. I think my left hand is pointing at it. Phantom's giving tongue sticky outies. There goes my credit savings, though. Hopefully. Yeah. Tongue sticky outie. But the more you go to furry cons, the more you'll recognize they are consistent items in your life. Yeah, because remember when you were, say, 3 or 4, how long was it between Christmas? Dumb answer, a year. Realistic answer, one heckin' eternity between Christmas and Christmas. How long did it feel like between every 9 weeks getting a report card? That was forever. How long was it between every TGIF whenever you got to watch Full House? I'm dating myself. Deal with it. It seemed like a long time for a whole week to go by. Yeah, you got Full House at night. In the morning, you got to wake up and watch Saturday morning cartoons. Oh my glob. Yeah, the week had ended. You survived a whole week. That was so much work to get through 5 days of school to have a weekend. And you got to do what? 52 of those to go between a Christmas and a Christmas? Shoot. Now I blink and it's like, it's January. No, it's It's March. It's July already? You're kidding, right? Oh, I'm already in Anthrocon. Yay! Did I have enough time to get the oil change in the car yet? I hope. I think I did. Note to self, do need to do that before July. Cad Big Jr. is a good girl, and Phantom deserves a tasty fish. Yes, he does. Some say fish. Yes. I watched Full House. Yay! I watched it when it was new. But yeah, that amount of time between things starts to grow slimmer, because back when you're 3 or 4, a year is like a quarter of what you've experienced as life, period. And you probably don't even remember the first 2 of those years, because that was when you were an infant, a toddler. Now, a year being at that point, almost all of life that you really truly remember, or half of it at 3 or 4. That's a long time to experience twice. When you're 20, a year still feels like a long time because it's a 20th of the experience you've had, or really more like an 18th. Because again, the first 2 years don't count as much. You barely remember those, even as a small child, remembering back to your first days, remembering Sesame Street and whatnot. But you mostly start to remember your 3s and your 4s and your 5s. So to some extent, it's at least a clockable existence from there. Fish. Yes, Phantom deserves fish. But as you start to really hit into your mid-20s, you realize time goes by so fast. A work day will go by a lot faster than the school day it did. And then a work week is going by almost in the same time in your head that a school day went. You've made it through a whole work week. And then it's time for your days off again. And in your free time, you're busy with adult stuff to some extent. Because now you're responsible for, say, groceries for yourself. Or you have to mow the lawn or shovel the snow off the sidewalk. Or get your oil changed in your car. Note to self, do need to do that soon. Or you have to pay a bill, or you need to vacuum or clean things, do the dishes, cook some dinner. That little free time you have now, that is, instead of, say, 5 to 6 hours of school every day for 5 days a week, is now upwards of usually 8 hours of work a day, 5 days a week. Plus, you have to drive to and from that work most likely. So you're down about 10 hours out of your 24 awake hours, 5 days out of the week, just in work and transit. Thank you, Fopsy, for popping those up. So we're looking at, out of your 24 hours of existence, say about 8 of which you're sleeping, 10 of which you're going to and from work. Let's just add an unpaid hour lunch in there for S&Gs, and we're up to 11 of those. So we're at 19 hours out of every day you are spent either sleeping, going to or from work, or stuck thereat. You're down to 5 hours. 5 hours, some of which you're probably going to have to shower and shave and stuff, make yourself look pretty for work. It's an hour before work easy. 4 hours now. Huh. Now, you used to get home from school at 3 p.m., and you didn't have to go to bed till like 10. That's 7 hours every day for every weekday. Now as an adult, and me giving a pounce to Fopsy. Aw, cute. So now you went from, say, 7 hours every day. And you're a kid. You don't care if you bathe daily, unless mom and dad are telling you to. That's an every couple of days thing. Oof, cute. Now you probably are doing it daily because you need to smell nice for your coworkers, so they don't call you Mr. Stinky Pants. So out of that 4 hours, you're starting to cut out a little bit more. You have to cook your own dinner because mommy ain't doing it for you anymore. You now have an apartment with a friend. Cool. He doesn't know how to cook. He knows how to pick up McDonald's. So either you're going to pay like most of your money for McDougal's every day of the week, or you're going to learn how to cook. And that's another hour out of your day. You had to still do dishes. So that's another 20 minutes every day. You're down to a couple hours of you time on a work day. And then, so your only free time really is the weekend. Fandom's giving more pats. Never want to let you go. That's how much I miss you. Oh, how cute. That's how much I miss Fopsy when I'm not around her. So time will fly faster and faster when you become more of an adult and have more of a consistent work schedule, and you basically lose all your free life. I will got to go eat by Highs. Okay, enjoy your food there, other cat pig. So that free time you had when you were a kid that made life seem like it was forever between a Saturday and a Saturday, your work day takes up so much of it, and you eventually go, oh, a week's already gone by. 2 weeks have gone by. A month has gone by. I have not had a chance to vacuum, let alone worry that I haven't been at a furry con. Because I'm too busy with real life. And on some of those free little bits of time, I spent browsing Blue Sky and looking at fursuit pictures, or FA, looking at some art, or even coming on to VR Chat and hanging out with some of my friends. So, I had a little more fun time. That's not a bad thing. And then by the time you start hitting your next furry con, you're like, Oh, it's Anthragon again. Oh, well, yeah, I guess we're, I'm packed. I guess we're getting in the car and driving to Pittsburgh. Awesome. Cool, I'll get to see everybody again. How long? It's been a year? Really? A whole year's gone by? Well, I'm looking forward to visiting everybody in Pittsburgh again. I wonder if that one place is still there. That one that we really like the food at. Oh, yeah, that chicken was so good. It'd be nice if they still have that candied bacon. Short answer, they don't have the candied bacon anymore. But the chicken is still there. It's still delicious. I have to go. I am EBCP. Well, good night, little M&M. You rest well. Cuddles into your arms and never wants to leave. I hope to see you soon. Yay, I hope you do. So, it's a hard topic. It really is. And when you're still fresh enough in this situation, you're younger, you're newer to the furry fandom, you're stuck in a situation where you don't have a lot of furry life outside of a con, it does hit harder. But I promise, if you've gone to a furry con, a second one, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, your furry space is probably starting to build up a little bit more. You're starting to really realize that furry space isn't just at that event. It's not just in the David L. Lawrence Convention Center or at the Hyatt O'Hare or at whatever major event venue you're going to be at. It's wherever you make it. Aw, Thunder's giving some love. Love you too, little Thunder. I will say there are times at cons where I still get sad whenever a friend has left before the event is even fully over. Like when Thunder had to leave Anthrocon this last year because of inclement weather that was about to hit Texas. And we had to let him go back a day earlier than expected. That was a little sad. I didn't really get post-con depression because, let's just say I was still at Anthrocon for another day. My time had not ended. My party in my head was still going on, but a little bit did die out because that cute little one that was sleeping on the rollaway bed in the other part of the room, he had to go home. He had to go back to reality. And even if I don't have PCD for myself, sometimes I feel for the other person. Just a little, just a tiny bit for that one friend that you know isn't there with you. But if you know they're okay, it does help a lot. And I know that that little puppy does have a few plushies that watch over him. He does have some nice things. He does have some friends not too far away. He can see people. He can exist as a furry outside of being at a con. And that helps a ton. And yeah, it really does help long term. Now I know, saying this to like a 21, 22-year-old furry who's just been to their first furry con or second one, this doesn't seem like it's real. What I'm saying doesn't sound like it's even possible that you're going to get used to this. That things are going to be okay. But I promise, it's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. You're going to see your friends again. Are you going to see each and every single one of them that you saw at this particular MFF? Probably not. Because that one friend that came from, say, Washington State and can't afford the airfare every single year to MFF, you might not see them. That other one that, well, their job doesn't always let them have off what days they really want. Even though they're semi-local and could drive there in 2 hours, they might not be there next year. But you're going to see those other 15, 20 people that you met this year. And you're going to see another 15, 20 people that you didn't know you were going to meet up with. That are going to be your new next set of friends you're going to add into your list. And the more you do this, the more random people are going to have a chance to run into. That you're going to sit down next to at an event, at a meetup, at a gathering, at a something in a con, or even just a local meetup you found out about. You're going to meet them, and you're going to find they're your new friend to add onto your list. And before you know it, your Telegram friends list is going to be hundreds of people long, full of furries. You're going to know all these people, and you're going to go to a con, and you're going to already know 100, 200 people that you might possibly run into because they go to furry cons. Not necessarily all of them be at this one. But hey, you got a good chance of seeing Fluffbud or Snugglepuff or What's a Doozle. And cool. And if you don't see that particular friend, you might see 10 other ones. Or 10 other ones beyond that. And for that matter, you're going to a bigger convention like MFF or Anthrocon or FC or Eurofurence, you're going to find there are there's over 10,000 people there that are all furries. If you don't meet the 10, 20, 100 people that you most indubitably want to spend time with, you're going to find another 10, 20, 100 people that you do end up spending the time with. As long as you get out of your hotel room and just go out to some of the public spaces, you're not going to be the only one that didn't have a full plan, that didn't have like an itinerary set up for every second of your convention time. And you're going to plop down on a bench and someone else will be there and you're going to have a conversation. You're going to meet another new person. And yeah, at first, this does add to the problem. You're going to now miss that person and the next person and all of the other persons. Not going to lie, you're still going to miss all of these people as time goes by. But the more of them you've taken the time to meet, the more of these things you've gone to, the more times you spend at these sorts of events, the less it is going to feel bad when you have to leave. Because you have generated a support network. You have friends in one messenger system or another, on Telegram, on Discord, on whatever. And other places besides the furry cons, like you'll sit in someone's Twitch stream like this one, and you'll meet some goober like Emmy or Thunder or Wild Fox or other Cadpig or Fopsy or Phantom, and you might become friends. You're not gonna guarantee become friends with everybody, but you might figure out someone that, I don't know, you just mesh with, and you wind up in a Discord server with them, and you start chatting randomly. Who knows? And every time you make another connection, every little time you add another person or add some more conversation outside of a furry con, interactions and whatnot, the less the sting will happen when you're not in that main environment. I'll admit, at this point, I considered trimming down below 2 cons. I also considered trimming up to, say, a 3rd con in a year. It may be that I want to travel without Fopsy, not because I don't love Fopsy, more of I enjoy the convention experience more than she does. And we both understand this, both fully agree on that. I'm definitely an outgoing, super social, strange creature who also happens to be a hermit 90% of the time. But during that brief period of the year where I'm at a convention, I like my getting out of the shell time. I love being around people. I love being an idiot in fursuit and being entertaining for hours upon hours of every con I'm at. Living on whatever food we can manage to get, depending on what convention it is and where the nearest actual useful edible sources are. So might I potentially add, say, an IFC into my list? Who knows? It's possible. It's a easily drivable con. Does Fopsy necessarily want to do that? Maybe, maybe not. Would I consider doing it without her and knowing that I'm coming home to her? Yes. Yes, that is highly possible. Heck, there's a better chance she'll end up with more swag if I go to a con by myself, because she's not there to say, no, I don't want that, and I'm just going to buy it anyway, and she ends up with another Red Panda shirt or something. Because I'm mean like that. Is that going to happen? I don't know. Might it? Yeah, it's possible. That's not outside of my my mental window. But even when Fopsy is not actually out doing con stuff and, say, taking a room phase, relaxing and unwinding, I do find it important in my head when I get to go back to the room and have room time and she's there. I go, okay, I've been running around the convention. I saw stuff. I bought stuff. I hugged this person. I got this photo, etc., etc. And I want to go back to my hotel room, hug Fopsy, eat a granola bar, and talk about the fun we had. And sit on the bed, drink some kind of fluid product, and just chill with the one that I love. Would I miss that if she wasn't there? Yes. Would I probably end up saving all of that particular emotion for when I get back? Most likely. So it's a hard call. Would I have more post-con depression if I didn't take Fopsy with me? That's a hard question. Would I actually miss the con more? Or did I miss home more because Fopsy was not with me? But would I still have a good time? I mean, yeah, I'd probably still have a good time. We still do a lot of things by ourselves at the convention. Hi, Crystal. I see you peeking there. Like, Fopsy doesn't fursuit every single time I do. Fopsy doesn't go to the dealer's room and each of the times I do. We definitely don't all go to all the same meetups and whatnot at a con. I go to the Pokemon meetup. She definitely doesn't really feel into that crowd, so I go by myself, and that's fine. For one thing, I do have people I'm meeting there. For another thing, I know I'm meeting her again when I get back. She's gonna be there. Because Fopsy's part of my life. Permanent, 100%. I have an idea for a fursuit you can do, Caddie. I need another fursuit like another hole in the head. Drastically, to drain out the brain pressure. Yes, another hole in the head, please. So, if you haven't been to a furry con and you still really want to do it, do it. Silver. To you, little Babkin. Take the scraps and not wanted parts of for a fursuit, and the scraps, put them together and call it scraps. More than a few furry cons have had Franken fursuiter competition where fursuit makers will be handed a big box of scraps and said make something, and they then have a competition who made the best thing during the fur con during a short period. It can be scary, but this is a thing that happens. Or at least has happened. I don't think I'm going to do that, but I appreciate the concept. And Siri says there's another ad. I apologize. I know a lot of people look at my existence and say, oh, you must be curiously rich, suspiciously rich furry because you have a lot of fursuits and a lot of art and a lot of all these things. Okay, short answer. I was collecting a lot of my furry stuff before I even figured out what furry was. So plushies already were a mountain before I knew what furry was. I had been collecting 101 Dalmatians and Lion King things for a long time. I had a good bit of that. And when I started into the furry fandom a long, long time ago, a fursuit was a lot cheaper. I also had disposable income. So, yeah, it was a lot easier to do that. So, much of my furry stuff has come from when I was younger and didn't have expenses. Like when I was renting part of a house from a friend, or sharing a cheap apartment with another friend, etc., etc. So there were definitely times where you have money because you don't have things you gotta spend. If your bills are low and you have no reason why you think you should save up an extra $2,000, $3,000 in your savings account, you're gonna quickly have, a rock to burn if you got even a halfway decent job. I will say when I got Bursty, Caddie, Cherry, Pixie, Susser, even Daisy, we didn't have a lot of heavy expenses. Several of those were before Fopsy and I were even together living in an apartment by ourselves. And when we did get an apartment, we only were paying like a little over $500 a month between the two of us on the apartment. Even when you add in all the other utilities and stuff, the amount we were paying was not much. So you quickly could each, clock up enough money to, say, commission another fursuit that you really wanted. Or find that one on Dealer's Den that's, well, nice and not too expensive. Boom. That's yours now. So, no, we're not suspiciously wealthy. We are, however, creatively frugal. We do live well below our means 99% of the time. So that's why we are not crazily in credit card debt. Do we live on the ramen diet? No. Why do we not have to live on the ramen diet? Because we didn't live on the MasterCard lifestyle for all of our 20s and 30s, at which point we would now be paying hundreds, if not $1,000 a month to Mr. Credit Card for everything we did over the last 20 years. Very important, keep that number low, if it exists at all, and pay it off as quickly as possible. If you have a major expense and you have to deal with something, by all means, put it on the card, pay it off. Your car is broken, you need it fixed, do that. Heck, I'll even say, shout out to Crystal, hey, good work. I'll even say, you don't have a lot saved up, but you do have a credit card. Yeah, fine. Go to that convention. Go to Anthrocon. Charge it. What ifs? It's fine. As long as you stay within your budget and you can pay it off in a reasonable period of time and don't spend a lot on interest on that, that's okay. As long as you don't keep a rolling balance on Mr. MasterCard, you're going to be okay. And you're going to be able to afford that FurryCon without using Mr. MasterCard in a short period of time if you keep up being good to yourself, keep your budgets at a reasonable level, and keep taking care of your needs without taking care of all of your wants at the same time. Remember, money will get there. Don't worry, this eventually does happen. Younger people, I know this is harder to contemplate. Trust me, I was there. I've been there. I bought the t-shirt. In fact, I bought a lot of the t-shirts, whether or not they're the ones that I really love now. They're just things I thought I needed when I bought them. But it's going to be okay. You're going to end up with enough furry paraphernalia. At this point, I could wear a furry t-shirt every day, a new one, a different one every single day for probably 3 months straight without having to do laundry and still be able to wear furry related t-shirts. Not lying. I don't even normally wear a lot of them because, well, they're maybe for a convention I have bad memories with, or they're just something I really didn't care for as much, but I liked when I got it. But over time, things generate. And over time, you stop changing size as much the older you get, unless you start getting a little rounder. Unfortunately, some of us do have that problem. But you stop, growing like a kid does from, a fourth grader up to a high school student. You're not changing that much on a year-to-year basis. So your extra large t-shirt collection, if it don't wear out, is still there. And you just add another one to it here and there. And you slowly phase out the non-furry t-shirts for furry ones. And pretty quickly you're going to realize, I have a drawer full of Fablefire t-shirts now that I got off of Woot. I have all these Michelle Light t-shirts. By the way, I need to remember to buy the new shirts she put out. I really, really want to have a couple of those new ones. You have all those The Mountain t-shirts covered in animals that you've bought here and there. And it just, boom, you have a collection. You have an arsenal of fun stuff to wear. And even if you're not making your space super furry, on a day-to-day basis, you can be at least a little furry. You're representing. You go out to the grocery store wearing a t-shirt with a fox on it. Good for you. You've done it. You've experienced it. I remember being a kid in my 20s and wanting to go to the store still wearing my tail and ears. That was a thing. I did that. I've been there, done that. But it's not something I do all the time anymore. I usually don't. I think I did it around Easter, not too many years ago. I wore a bunny tail when I went grocery shopping along with a bunny hoodie just because I could, because I was there. I'm not saying you need to do that to be a furry, more along the lines of, if you can, doesn't hurt. And for the most part, most people don't care. Not only do they not care, at best, the most reaction you're probably going to get is someone going, it's bunny tail, that's cute. Or, oh, your shirt says something, it has a cute fox on it, I like that. And you're just like, yay. And then you're going to have someone ask about information about that Citra on your shirt, and you have to go, it's from a friend who does art. And even though that particular picture is not super sexual, you're doing what you can to not try and have to explain that, yeah, I'm wearing this character because I really like porn of it. Yeah, no. No, we do not explain that part to the normals. It's a cute fox critter that a friend draws, and I like it. So, in a bit, honey, I'm still kind of feeling specifically chatty, and I don't want to break the experience for right now. What the hoo-ha was on my other browser? Seriously, what was on there? I can close. Thank you. The moment when something weird comes on your screen whenever you're noticing you had something accidentally minimized. So, yeah. I just, not right now, Silver, sweetie. I'm still feeling more chatty and less needing to feel groupy. Ironically, talking about post-con depression and whatnot, I'm actually feeling comfortable not having people around for this very moment. Is that weird? That's probably weird. I know that's weird. But please, stay around, enjoy the chat. I apologize that I don't really feel like having people join me right now. But it's not the mood. The vibe is not feeling it. The vibe is feeling chat, not group. I do find it ironic, Silver, you asked that just after I answered that for Tanya. So, meow, train of thought, choo-choo, goes away. The more you're in this, the more you've experienced it, the more it becomes part of your day. And the less you think about, is what I'm doing something I need to hide in reality? And other than the extreme sexual parts of any of your furry experience, the answer is most of it, no. You don't really have to hide it. Is it something you need to do on a daily basis on 100% of the whole? No, I'm not saying that. You don't have to wear your tail and ears all the time, or if you have a fursuit, you don't have to, walk around the block in your town every week at least once. That's not a requirement. I'm definitely not saying that. But you don't have to just hide away all of your fun stuff for just that one weekend a year whenever you're going to FluffCon in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You can wear it around the house, or in the very least, have your badge hanging up or something, so you can go look. Man, that's that cool con badge I got from Scribbly Doodles, and it's there, and wow, that's pretty nice. It's kind of cool. I just stuck a nail in my wall and hung it up. That's all it took. Heck, I even just left it on the lanyard, ready to go. So when it comes to next convention, I just pull it off the wall and wear it. But yeah, you'll slowly go to the point where you don't have to just save that furry t-shirt for that weekend. It can be your Thursday going grocery shopping shirt. And quite literally, my Fable Fire shirts, because I have so many of them from Woot, are my day-to-day work shirts. I work at home wearing one of those every day now, basically. And I can easily go a couple of months without running out of those. Amazingly, wearing one every day at work. And say Thursday, when it's going to be grocery day, I pick, say, a nicer shirt. Apparently there's a Christmas party going on that I'm not at. That's okay. Maybe later. So, and then I might wear one of my nicer furry shirts on grocery day on Thursday night when I'm going out and go, yeah, it's time to wear that funner shirt because I'm going to see people. And I just want to kind of represent a little bit better. And I'll wear one of my actual straight up furry shirts that there's no question. That is not just something you picked up at Walmart. That is a furry shirt. That one has art. That's a Michelle Light. That is a straight up furry critter. And when you start getting to that point in your life where you can accept that when you're going out to the mall, out to see friends, and that's when you put on your best furry shirt or something out of your A-game shirts, then you know you're getting there. You're feeling more comfortable. Just because the rest of the world is going to see you, and you want to just be you. And you don't have to be you just because you want to have to interact with these other humanoids you're going to run into. Because you want them to see the real you, not someone that you're just kind of hiding behind the green shirt that you bought that's plain and no one notices. And you just blend in with all of the other things and all the other people. Part of me worries I'm being boring since I've had almost nobody compared to my usual stream amounts here tonight. But I felt like I wanted to talk about what I wanted to talk about, so that's where we are, I suppose. I know one of the biggest rules with streaming is don't look at the numbers. Sometimes it's hard not to. And when you realize it says only 7 people are watching, it makes you feel a little bit less jointed. Anyway, another thing, if say you have a fursuit, like we do here, you don't have to just wear it only at the FurCon. I mean, Saturday's a day, you're off, you have nothing to do. You don't have to go to the mall wearing your fursuit, but you can put it on. You can, pop on your webcam and take a quick video yourself. And if you want to go crazy, post that video on YouTube. And effectively, you just made yourself a little bit social, furry-wise, in a way you didn't have to do anything for. You didn't have to go out for. You didn't have to get a plane ticket. Or go to drive 5 hours to Anthrocon. You put on that fursuit you bought a couple years ago, and it was just a partial. Had fun on camera and put up on a YouTube account. And even if only like 10, 20 people watch it in the first month, you just had interaction with 10 to 20 people. You just had furry connection. Even if they're not touching you, you got out there. I'm not saying we all need to become YouTube superstars or Twitch people or anything like that. By far, no. But that doesn't mean you can't, if you have a friend you like to go on webcam with and be in some of your furry clothes or furry get-up, do it. Have fun with it. Nothing wrong with that. Or again, back to the point of go into something here like VR Chat. Find an avatar, even a free one that you really do connect with, that feels at least enough like you, and put it on and go to a meetup from someone you know on the Twitch or another furry you've met that has meetups every week or month or whatever, and just go and be with other people. You'd be surprised how easy it is to start a conversation if you already have a minor attachment, like you're one of another 40 people that watches Fluffbutt the streamer and had Saturday afternoon free and went to Fluffbutt's VR meetup. Even as a desktop user, you're still one of that people. You're still one of that 40 people. You have something in common. You like furry whatevers. You are a furry whatever. And you're randomly also a fan of that particular Fluffbutt that has a Twitch channel that you like to watch. You have multiple interactive points where you can start having more friendship. And more ways that you can keep knocking down any of that disconnect depression. Is it going to 100% cure this problem? Never. No. You will never be able to fully have the experience of an MFF, an Anthrocon, a Further Confusion, a BLF, a FWA, a Megaplex, whatever con you were at. There are hundreds of them at this point. You're never going to have that full experience outside of that particular con. Even any given con outside of that con is a different experience. MFF and Anthrocon, I go to both those. They are completely different experiences. You're never going to even have an MFF at Anthrocon. You're not going to have an Anthrocon at MFF. You're not going to have an IFC at an FCN or any of the other ones, or an MFM. They're all different. Every con is its own kind of experience. In fact, every single existence of every con is its own experience. You're never going to be able to fully be in the same spot you ever were. Every day is different. No two stakes are alike. No two cons are ever alike, even if they are the same one. You may have similar situations, like we've had the same hotel room at MFF for, I think, the last 3 effing years. The same room for 3 years in a row. I don't know how we randomly managed that. But yeah, even with that, it was still a different experience each of those 3 years. For one thing, the first of those 3 years, we had a 4th person in the room. The other 2, there was only 3 of us. So it's a different experience one way or the other. You may have already known different people. Different people you're going to meet up with are there. Different events. Rooms get moved around. Things are different. You never know what's going to be and how it's going to be. The only difference is you know the basic layouts of the building if you've been to an MFF or an Anthrocon or an IFC, and if it's in the same location as it was the previous year you were at least you know the building layout. And when it comes to the little this and that's, then that just all kinds of falls into place over time. And the more you go to these events, the more comfortable you are with the situation, the less it feels like it's a new thing every time. And the more it feels like it's Christmas. I know that's kind of, specific to now kind of feeling, but it's just when you're 3 and 4, Christmas is that magical thing that happens once every bajillion in a row. And when you're 20, Christmas is already kind of a normal. You know it's coming around in another 52 weeks. And same with every one of these furry cons. As long as they don't get canceled specifically, you know that there's going to be another MFF. There's going to be another TFF. There's going to be another BLF. It's going to be back around that same time. May not be the exact dates, depending on how they register. Like, MFF is always the weekend after Thanksgiving. So depending on what weekend Thanksgiving is, next weekend is MFF. Anthrocon's always around 4th of July. Every once in a while it was the week before. Sometimes it ends up 4th of July is like the Monday thereafter. Oh, but in general, it's usually pretty relative on these cons. Most major cons try to be centered around some kind of linchpin where they'll do their scheduling around. Assuming, convention centers, spaces, hotels, etc., all are able to work it out with their existence. So it gets easier, especially if you end up going to the same furry convention once a year or even every other year if you can't go every year. It gets a little easier. It gets a little bit more comfortable shoes, as it were. And even then, if you say, for a couple of years, you made it to MFF, and then this next year, you had a little bit more free time. You had a little bit more flowing cash. You had a little bit more transit capability. And you're like, I'm going to try that IFC. I mean, MFF was Chicago. That's a good ways away from where I live. But IFC's only about a 2-hour drive, and I feel kind of comfy with that. And it's a time of the year when I don't have anything planned, and you adventure down there. You register, and you find out how much quicker a smaller con's registration goes through. Good Lord, it can go through much faster. And then you get to experience that other location. Is the dealer's room as gigantic as that big con you went to before? No. Is that fine? Yes. Is it still full of bunch of crap you want to afford and can't afford all of? Absolutely. Is there a lot of stuff that you definitely don't want? Most definitely. Is there a lot of stuff you wish you could afford all of but can't? Most definitely. But you can probably get around that dealer's room a lot faster than you can the other one. There'll be different food around to enjoy. You'll probably have an entirely different crowd of people. You might see some of the same people because, you, for instance, you're from the same area that a lot of other people might actually be from. So they might also go to those two conventions because they're convenient, because they're drivable, because this one's really inexpensive, and they also have some free time and free money and we're able to manage this. And you'll be able to try a different situation. Will it be the same? Again, no, it is not going to be the same. Will it be a different furry experience where you still have that feeling where you're in a furry space? Absolutely. Every con I've ever been to, and, well, let's just say I've been going to them for well over 20 years now. And I've been to quite a few different ones before settling down on just these two that I can easily drive to. Every single one's been a different animal. Driving-wise, location-wise. But they all did have several things in common. You had a hotel full of furries. That's a given. You had an environment locked in where it was comfortable for everyone to express themselves in their furry way in at least some extent, to however comfortable they were about doing it out in public. Even down to events that were only maybe 50 to 100 people. You got that experience. Some of my first furry events were at a barbecue local to where I lived that was only started at that point around 50-ish people. And yeah, it was a different experience by far than a 17,000 Anthrocon. You had a better chance of meeting 99% of the people at the event because you can't avoid 50 people. You could try your hardest to hit 17,000 people and only hit about 2,000 of them. Easy. But when there's 50 people, you're going to at least see all 50 faces because they're all there. Are you going to be fast friends with every single one of those? No. In fact, you're going to find which ones you don't want to be friends with probably very quickly. But you'll find all the ones you do want to be friends with and that want to be friends back with you as well. The smaller the con, the more chance you're going to meet more of the con. And depending on your perspective, that can be either good or bad. You may get more bored when you're fursuiting. Why? Because, well, I only brought the one fursuit and one outfit for it. And I walked around all the con space and I saw over half the people. And then I do that again the next day. And I again see over half the people, and 50% of those people are the same people I saw last time. And you do it again, and this next time, it's 99% of the people you've already seen and interacted with in that same fursuit, in that same outfit. And it does get a little more boring in that sense. New interactions for fursuiting definitely makes a difference. But if you're doing it in the out of costume sense, or even just in furry garb, as it were, you'll have a better chance to potentially run into the same person or people. And maybe you strike up some good conversations with them. And repeat conversation like, hey, we ran into each other at the hot dog stand because that's the closest food to this hotel. And we went and had the hot dog. It was funny. You dropped your ketchup packet, but I had a spare one because they gave it to me and I don't eat ketchup. And I made your day better. And yay, we had a moment. We bonded over a ketchup packet. It was amazing. And then you have that conversation. And then you're another connection in your life. Another point of loss when the convention is over, but potentially a point of contact as well. Another benefit to going to these smaller, more local con as well. Better chance you're going to have less people coming from every corner of the world that you feel it's important to meet. Yes, there are a lot of people that go to both MFF and Anthrocon that I know that come from everywhere around the globe because those are two big furry meccas. that I'll only see at those conventions. But you got one of those closer cons, one of those smaller ones that people aren't flying in from, the UK and Germany and France and Japan to come to your local fluff con that has only maybe 500 people at it. Most of those people are in at least driving distance of that con. Because, well, it's only 500 people. I'm not going to spend $1,000 round trip airfare to see 500 people. Unless I'm insanely rich and have all the free time in the world. But, if it's probably get on VR but not join you, I'm going to mess with avatars. I'll join you some other time. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, right now I was keeping it solo. I've had a couple people already asking me, and I've actually said no at the moment. So going to those smaller, more local cons, yeah, they may not all be, from your specific block of your town, but you'd be surprised how close of a person you might find that lives within 15 minutes of your house. I'll put the Babkin in timeout later. That's okay. You don't have to put her in timeout. I think it was 2 years ago at MFF, or was it last year? I can't remember anymore. Time flies and everything blurs together. I learned a lot more furries that lived within 20 minutes of my house. And that's kind of scary. And then I learned more that within an hour. And I may have just known them from, say, Twitch or something. And then we meet, and I find out, hey, hon, Santa isn't real. Be nice. And, I found out how many that lived so much closer to me than I thought. That I met or found out were at MFF. So the more you find, the more you'll find that you might be able to interact with locally. Don't be afraid to say what town you live in. I'm not saying dox yourself and say, my address is 1234 something lane, to everyone, because, you're putting yourself in danger. But I'll just put mine right out there. Just saying you live in Fort Wayne, Indiana, does not dox you. If you live in a town with 200 people, it might. Someone might figure you out. But if you live in a city of any kind, even 10,000 people or whatever, you're pretty safe to say, I live in this town, city, whatever. And someone else might say, really? I live in city that's next to that one, only about a 20-minute drive away. Cereal? And then you might find someone you can go and split a pizza with. Or go hang out at a mall in between the two of you. You don't know. These connections can happen. Again, not saying give all your personal information. Don't put out your full address, mother's maiden name, social security number, and all that hoo-ha. City, that's fine. City and furry name? Nobody's going to find you with that unless you tell them further. But if you connect with someone enough, meet at a neutral location first. There's a mall. There's always a mall. There's almost always a mall. If not, there's a pizza shop or a taco shop or a Chinese restaurant or a sushi place. Something where you can sit down, eat a food, meet a person, put it all on the table. Hi, I exist. I'm not super creepy. And we can share tacos. Done. Also, if it doesn't go well, all they know is you also know where that particular taco place is. That doesn't mean that they know where you live and you don't know where they live. Congratulations. You're both aware tacos exist. And you probably both knew that tacos existed before you met each other. Have I met people randomly from online that I went and did something at neutral locations and did not meet again? Yes. 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 But it doesn't hurt to meet new people and try. You never know whenever that one person's going to be clicks on you with like 99s. You go, oh my God, we like all of these same things and playing these same games and watching these same shows. Or you'll meet and go, oh, yeah, I don't like most everything you do, or you're mostly obsessed with, and you don't like anything I'm obsessed with. And we don't get along. But you just had an experience. You ate tacos. You met. You move on with life. And you meet another friend next week. Heck, even worst case scenario, that one person you just met might have known about a local chat group for your city or their city. And you get on there and you find another friend that you can meet. And this one you want to go have a pizza with. And you actually mesh with that one. And yay, you both really like Battletech figures. And you both had a strange love for the Clone Wars series. And you've watched it thoroughly. Cool. Yeah, you found them. It may take. You may find 10 people you like out of 20. You may find 2. Heck, you may find 19 out of 20 you like. You're definitely going to find at least one you don't want to keep hanging out with. That's guarantee. But yeah. The more you're able to use some of your free time to be semi-social, to try and put yourself out there, the less that sting of MFF's over is going to hit. The more you're also capable of expressing yourself outwardly does also improve that. The more furry crap you've bought. And you don't have to buy it all from the convention. Hey, you say you really like Minnie Mouse. I might be like that. And say you may go over to Meijer and see that they have some pre-formatted Minnie Mouse hanging art, which I did not buy this week because it's almost Christmas and I didn't want to risk buying something someone else might want to buy for me. But you can pick that up and hang it up on your wall. Congratulations. You just spent $10 and you got a hanging wall thing of a furry thing that made you express yourself at home. You see, you didn't have to go to a con for that. You found that at Meijer, which is like a Walmart and a Target had a baby for all those of you who don't live in Meijer areas. But, I mean, some furries don't end up with a lot of plushies whenever they finally come out of the furry closet, as it were. And they want a few. All of the department stores tend to have at least some plushies available at any given time, and you may not want to buy everything they have today, but you might go to the store when you're shopping. You see, oh, they actually have a cute little fox plushie. I kind of like that. And you pick that bad boy up, and it joins your house, and it's part of your life now. And that was just a regular shop day. Whoa, cute bunny. Lovely Lego. Oh, thank you, Brie Fluff. I appreciate it. I was feeling Goth Bunny today, so I'm wearing the Goth version of this Benoy. Last week I was wearing Christmas Bunny. It was very Christmas. So, you might find some of your furry fixes in places you're not looking for it. But keep your eyes open, because every little bit you add Goth Bunny is best. It is a really good version of this bunny. I really do enjoy this one. Fob says, Cat Pig Jr. is a very cute bunny. Source. I look to my right, and yes, she is very... Fopsy, I love you. But you'd be surprised how many times you'll go to a normal place, and you'll find something kind of furry. And everything you get that's kind of furry, that's adding to your not so furry location at home. Again, each little thing makes pulling that self out of the convention space a little less bad. Every connection you make outside of the con that you're going to be able to have for the rest of yours and or their lives is one little more thing that makes it a little easier to not be at MFF, to not be at IFC or TFF. Every nifty thing that you find that just really hits right. Heck, some things that are like just enough that you could connect it yourself to furry that isn't like super perfect. All right. This is definitely pretty furry, but something I've noted lately the last few years when I've been out shopping, faux fur comforters, like full bed size blankets that are really nice, soft, plush fur. You can get one of those, and then you have your bed just became more furry than that bed in the hotel room because you have a furry blanket. You're out maybe $70 for the comforter and set, whatever it came with. But you just made your personal space 100% cooler. Well, warmer technically, but more fun. Everything, the starter point, yeah, you're not necessarily going to have all your ducks in a row and be ready to be furry all the time at your home, 100%. Don't have to do anything normal. You are in furry space. But the more you're in your space and the more you're looking for furry stuff, the more you're going to find it and afford it. Little by little. Be it your trip to Walmart and you found that one more little furry element you can add into your space. Or you're watching some cooler person than me on Twitch who actually has a merch store and you go, hey, that's a cute t-shirt. I could really have that in my wardrobe. I really want to have, don't just be part of the problem, be the problem t-shirt. And you're going to buy that. And you're going to want to wear that. And yes, that is a really fun t-shirt. I have that. It is good. And slowly but surely, you're going to amass furry stuff in ways you're not expecting it's going to happen. And every step during that trip down your life, where you slowly transition things that are normal that you can switch out to a furry object, before you realize it, half your wardrobe is going to be furry related t-shirts. If you can manage. Your bedding is going to be furry related. Even if it's not a fur blanket, you might have like leopard print sheets just because you thought they looked cool. Or you spotted a Stitch bed sheet set that was in full size and you have a full size bed, so oh hell yeah. That's totally your jam. And one item at a time, you will manage to cut down PCD. To cut down your world is only furry during that one weekend a year. To your world is furry whenever you want it to be. I've been doing furry stuff since 2002. 22 years I have been started amassing art. 2003 I went to my first furry con. And other than a certain 2.5 year period where nothing happened, I've been going to furry cons every year since then. Little piece of food stuck in there. I hate when you get a little piece of Italian seasoning or something stuck between your teeth. And then you realize it 2 hours later while you're streaming. Of course. Heck, even things like VR Chat avatars. I didn't think I'd ever fill up the 50 slots of just public avatars. Now, whenever I see a public avatar, I won't have to delete one. I didn't think we'd end up spending any money on purchased avatars. Ta-da. And this is definitely not the first one. Also, really fun one. 100% recommend this one. $35 for the pack of 4. Good value. Good work, Foxy Paws. Good work. And over the years, I drew. So I started with doing mostly art trades with other artists. And then a lot of it did come down to art commissions. Little by little, little here, little there. I have a box full of character badges at this point. I have folders upon folders of gigabytes and gigabytes worth of art that I've had commissioned. Some physical media, mostly digital, but it does add up over the years. Even if you're getting just something here and there, you can easily find deals, find when someone's having a sale and go, man, I just love how this artist here to my left does art. And, oh, she's open for commissions right now. Well, how bad? That kind is only $35 a character? Well, shoot. I have $35. Put my $35 in. Art. And the more times you do that, the more examples of your character you have to say what you do and don't like the best about it. So then you can, the next time you commission art, say, I like my character like this. I like this kind of way they did the hair. Or didn't like the way they did the color on this one, but I like the body structure. And you tell the next artist. And you get another picture. And maybe they get closer to what you think is in your head. And then you're going to find that one or two artists that really hit you right. And you end up getting a bunch of art by them over time. Mendy. Ninok. I mean, a couple artists that have definitely earned a lot of my money. Heck, even this particular artist that is currently represented on my left panel. Aura Diva. I got quite a few art done by her. Sadly, I haven't seen her make anything new for a while. I don't know what's happened. I don't know if she's left furry or what. But I miss her. I miss getting art from her. But I do love every piece that I've gotten. And a lot of times when I would feel lonely or disconnected from other furry stuff, I'd look at all my furry art. And I'd feel connected again. Heck, I'd even just look at stuff I'd saved off of FA from all the people I watch. or the Lion King Fan Art Archive initially, or the Furry Fandom, the Furry Forum, or any of these other places over the years where I've spent my time and saved a bunch of art and talked to people and connected with people. And you'd be surprised how much furry art you can build up and how much then connection you have as far away as a slideshow screensaver you can turn on and just like sit back and go, aww, aww, ooh. And the more of that furry clothing and furry adjacent clothing you amass slowly but surely over the years, the less you have to save that one shirt for con time or special day, and the more that you'll have half a dozen shirts that are the extra special ones for the cons, and you have 20, 30 other ones that you can wear every Tuesday through Thursday, every random day of the week that you want to wear a furry shirt. As long as you got a laundry facility close enough, boom. Problem es salvo. But yeah. And ironically, I'm doing this mostly by myself. Not just because I didn't want to be interrupted by everyone else saying things around me, because even no matter how much I've asked, people still don't get the please raise your hand or say something in chat so that I get your attention, you get my attention. So I didn't want to have direct interruptions in my train of thought. I allow visible chat to be the interruption in my train of thought. Audio train of thought killers, that can be harder to avoid on a natural basis whenever people don't wait and or make sure I'm not in the middle of a sentence. They just start talking. Very important for anyone that has not read the VRC rules. If for any reason you think you're going to be able to join me ever, read those, please. Breaking my train of thought if I'm in the middle of a story can break the story, and I'll miss good parts of it for everyone. I don't want to do that. One important thing about now compared to, say, 20 years ago, whenever I joined the furry fandom. Meep! Hello, Kenny! Good evening, little balloony kesune. 20-some years ago, when I joined the furry fandom, the internet was a baby. And I do mean that really. Compared to what it is now, in the early 2000s, the internet was a niche item. Yes, it was the craze, it was the new thing, but most people that were on it by dial-up at that time. And even the people that were on it were the few really tech-savvy people. Today, you just have to have the ability to go to the Walmart and buy a lappity top and call up your local phone or cable provider, and they'll come and install the internet for you. Boom, you are on the World Wide Webbies. You don't have to remember, I can agree with that, absolutely. So, furry is a lot easier to get to now. And specific location is less and less the critical thing. As long as you're able to travel to, say, furry meetups or furry things, your specific space is not necessarily really is critical. I need to tell someone not right now. Scroll down. Doot. I'm actually going to make a message so it will work for all of the time. Cannot hold. Must delete individual character at a time. In a stream and healing solo right now. Submit. That one. Send a response. There we go. That's a polite answer. So discussing with a friend who is potentially moving to an area that is not necessarily Dale Gribble talks. Dang old internet. Go click, 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 click. Getting you porn, y'all. Yeah, be like that. It was harder to have good quality internet everywhere for a long time. Now, unless you live in a farm on the edge of a podunk, you probably at least have moderate level of DSL, okay? I'm saying you're probably going to have at least enough that you have a consistent connection, enough that you can easily check email, watch YouTube, do other things. Not necessarily VR chat everywhere, but, well, thank you, King Kion Lion, for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay. My name is Caddie. I babble at you. And oh, there you are. Hello, and you said hi to me as well. Thank you for joining us. And sorry you came in just as an ad popped up, but hopefully you were able to avoid that and get on the little chat window so you can still see me. But to some extent, it is less exactly where you live and more if where you live is close enough to where things are. But a friend of mine is looking to move to a rather small town. But from experience, I do know that particular small town does now have at least decent internet. So their experience will be a lot less what it would be if it was 20 years ago, where all of that particular town was basically dial-up land. And only a few areas had even access to bad cable internet. You can now get both cable and at least DSL throughout that whole town. So they are going to probably have an okay experience. And you would like an ada, King Kion, ada from this bunny to the you, ada. And the ad is ended. Ada, some more. Ada, King Kion, ada. So, unless you live on an extreme podunk out in the middle of nowhere, like absolute Farmsville, you probably have at least decent capabilities. May not be the cheapest, may not be the fastest, but you still get something passable. Even in those extreme situations, you can probably still get satellite internet, like from Dish or Direct. I'm not sure which of those still exists. I think one of them recently folded. That loaded French toast at IHOP looks so good. Oh, did you just get an ad for that? I'm jelly. That sounds tasty. And I see you blushing there, King Kion. I did a good job then, apparently. But since especially since 2020, most of us have learned how to be a hermit and still be able to exist in the real world. A lot of us had already been doing that before that. But that was basically trial by fire for everyone else that hadn't already been internet hermits. So we've all learned how to survive, stay at home. Hell, Amazon will sell me almost everything. And if not them, every other website out there that does sell stuff will cover my shopping needs. And as long as you live within reasonable driving distance of good eating out, you'll have reasonable good eating out. There's always a grocery store, so you're going to get food that you can cook. And you'll have access to furries. I want loaded French toast. Okay, Fopsy, we can go to the IHOP this weekend if you want your loaded French toast. You can also get your Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity. Question: where's everyone else? Just by yourself tonight? I am just by myself. Actually, doing that on purpose. Because we are talking about PCD and what it's like to not be at a furry thing. But don't want to support IHOP. Oh, are they on the reasons list? Yeah, we could, if they're on the reasons list, we could just put them on the we don't need to go there list. Okie dokie. Yeah. I'm approximately 2 minutes away from Cat Big Jr. 2 meters away. Yes, you are. Give or take. Depending on exactly where my chair is sitting. And I'm not 100% sure because I have a VR headset on. Not close enough, I'm going to smack her accidentally, but close enough, if I stood up, I could easily pat her on the head. And she has stood up and patted me on the head during the stream and gave me kisses, because she loves me. So close I could do this. That better not be tickle. That better not be tickle. Aw, it was kiss. Tickle. Ow. Hey, nobody paid for that. No giving them freebies. They won't want to pay for subs. I'll be honest. I started doing YouTube in 2020 when I couldn't go to Anthrocon. It was actually a week before Anthrocon would have been that I started my YouTube channel in that year. It was basically my way of trying to make communication in the realest sense I could. I'm not going to say those videos are the best in the world, but it was my attempt to just get in existence, to put myself out there in a way that I was part of everyone else. Even if I couldn't be in Pittsburgh with all my friends, my fursuit was out there, being with them in their houses. I'm probably 10 hours away by plane, more hours by car. Actually, Texas, I would say you're about 3 to 4 hours flight away, give or take from here. Probably about day and a half to 2 days worth of driving, depending on what part of Texas you're in. Texas is big, yo. It could easily be a day driving across that in and of itself. By the way, 10 subs equals free on-stream tickles for Caddie. This is true. This is 100% true. If 10 subs occur on any given stream, Fopsy is allowed to tickle me. Well, that includes layover time. This is true. I forgot to add that in. Depending on what flight system you go with, you might end up with 10 hours. I will say every time we've gone down to Florida from here, it's only been about 5 to 6 hours, even with layovers. So just putting that out there. Flights are actually really short across this country. Because, well, it's not that big, really. But you can easily be in... You should give your free balloons during your layover. Then you give... Yeah, they should give you free balloons during your layover. I agree. But even if you end up moving to a small town like where I grew up, the internet there is now passable. Crinkle Wag. Yes, I know you'd be happy about free balloons. So, if you want to go where, say, you can buy a decent house for under $70,000 and own it and have good enough internet, you have options. And that piece of Italian seasoning is still stuck between my two front teeth on the top. The only reason I care is it was starting to stab me in between the gums. I don't think I got it, but it's not poking me anymore, so we'll go with that. And Silver would like me to be a teapot. You got it. Scooch back a little bit. All right. For you, Silver, I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. When I get all steamed up, hear me shout. Tip me over and pour me out. I switched hands because that one was below the visible line. It angered things. So more and more, you can be part of furry, part of everything, part of Not Alone. Yay! Hey, Kenny. Hi, Wild. You can be part of everybody, still be kind of a hermit, and not have to be next door. And hi, back to Wild. Yay. That'll be an instance of two furries who are really far away, who are friends, who can see each other online, talk about their particular interest, of their particular niche things that they really like, and still be probably 20 driving hours away from each other. Possibly more, depending on what part of each state they're in. Fun secret. I know which state each of them lives in, so I know about how far away they probably are. Boy, I hope that goes away when I brush my teeth now, because that is annoying. I ran the balloon pit panel during 3 of the 4 virtual BFCs during the lockdown. Good work, you cute little foxy. But with how technology is, with how fast internet connections are, and how capable even the basic $100 tablet is, you can pick up at Walmart. You can be connected. You can be part of the furry world. And not just a $100 tablet, a $200 desktop computer or laptop or something like that. You can be really connected. You can be part of things. You can use your webcam and talk with friends like you're actually with them. You can do things like record stupid YouTube videos, or at least just watch them. You could do things like join Twitch communities. I know mine's not that big, but we are something. There's a group here. There's people. We show up, we talk. Or you can go to a lot of the bigger, cooler people who do stream often. and get to meet other people, get to see other groups that are out there. You'd be surprised how many different groups you could run into without having to even leave your house with a good enough internet connection. Well, they're still going. Well, nice. Earning points. I have my grinding rules. I try and grind on at least one stream while I'm streaming. I recorded 3 YouTube videos on how I print my 24-inch Kenny Kitsune. That is awesome. Good work. I am glad you shared your skill. That is really helpful to other people who might want to have balloons of their own. Is that something I personally want? No. Do I know there are probably 100, 200,000 other people that might want to have that skill and don't? Absolutely. And now all those people have something out there they can look to. So that is very good. Good work, Lil Kenny. Good work, Lil Sune. Another bonus of living, let's just say in a below your means area, it's a lot easier to pay off any debt you may accidentally have acquired from problems in life. Or just save up for something really nice you do want. Maybe you do want that fursuit. Or maybe you do want to have the ability to go to this con or that con. And not living in downtown New York City, you're not paying $3,000 a month rent for a studio apartment just big enough to have a bed and a toilet next to each other. You can go all the way in the outskirts and get one with the toilet's in an entirely different room. Amazing. It's about an hour long for all 3 videos. That's not bad. That is a good setup then. But the more you connect outside of these cons, the more you are able to chat with communities, chat with specific people you've found, and you're not all going to have the same free time at the same free time, and that's understandable. A local friend who I would love to spend more time with has an opposite shift to us. She works till like midnight. I go to bed at like midnight 30. So on a work night, that doesn't really mesh too well. But on a weekend, it's still a possible thing. As long as neither of us has con crud. That kind of nixed out this last weekend, unfortunately. Sorry, sweetie, if you are watching. If you're on your break, that is. But I'm feeling much better now. Having the ability to play games with your friends nowadays. Playing games with friends back when in the early 2000s, there was not really an online gaming community as much. There were some people, the few people that had good connections. The rest of us waited for a LAN party. Concrud was replaced by COVID. Yeah. At least this last crud I got was not a COVID crud. It was a more basic crud. During lockdown. Yeah. But we have more accessibility. Even when we're not next door to our friends, we can make next door a lot easier nowadays. We can make our space not just our space, but a space next to our friend. I mean, look at me right now. Yeah, I'm still in my house. Yes, Fopsy's right there, as we've noted earlier this more than a couple times. She can touch me when she wants to. But not everybody has that. But what am I doing? I turn on VR Chat. I put on my headset. I move the camera in front of me, and I'm talking. What did that do? It put me with all of you. And not just this very moment. Not during this just now. And I know this because I actually talked to a couple people that say they watch this later. So she touches you. Oh my, blush. Yeah, she came over and kissed me a couple times. It was nice. She also tickled me. It was less nice. But she loves me, so that's the important part. But here I am, putting myself out there. All I had to do was sit down with my VR headset, activate OBS, stick the camera in front of me, and I'm talking. And if people show up, you're here. You're here in the now. You're interacting with me in the now. You're learning this information in the now. But the bonus is, this is all still recorded. Which means not only do you get to hear in the now, here, now. When will then be now? Soon. But not only does Twitch automatically record a VOD and hold on to it for, I think it's like 3 months. So anyone that wants to watch this again or missed this can watch it later. Bonus, I still get ad revenue for that. So if you watch this VOD on Thursday and you see an ad, I still get paid. It's like pennies, but hey, I still get that payment. And I also upload these to my YouTube channel. I knew I'm surrounded by bum holes. Yeah, I know. I made a Spaceballs reference. I'm bad like that. I'm old. But I also upload these to my YouTube channel, so an entirely different audience might potentially watch these. And they do. These videos tend to get well over 50 views on YouTube. I don't think they're watching the whole 4 hours, but they're getting views. So that's a thing. There is that option. I made sure I exist. I exist in the now. I exist in the everywhere else. And I don't know. 5 months later, when this VOD is off of Twitch, someone will Google post-con depression. And they'll find it in my VOD that I put up on YouTube. And they'll watch it. And they might learn something. They might not. Or they might at least get some entertainment out of it. And that lets me know that I exist. And that, well, to say the least, is part of my legacy that I'm putting out there in the world. Do I think YouTube is forever? Probably not. But, hey, as long as it's there and it keeps my stuff up, it's something. It's something I did, that I'll keep doing. It's something that will be me out there on the internet for as long as YouTube decides it's allowed to exist. Huggles. Oh, I hug you too, Kenny. Hug. A little too close, and there we go. That's better. We'll go a little more close up again. Bunnish. In fact, let's take a quick photo, as I'm liking this. Not that thing. Take photo. Might use those later. Ta-da. But say even like makeup check. Okay, let me just a little bit here, there. Yeah, okay. All right, Make sure my hair looks right. Make sure my ears are doing the thing they're supposed to. Yep, okay. Let me put a little powder on you guys. Put on you. Oh, check your eyeshadow. Oop, a little lipstick. Oh, right there. There. Hold still. Still. There you go. And do a little on your eyeliner there too. There you go. You all look beautiful as well. Makeup has been checked. But similarly, Kenny, you mentioned you did those 3 videos on YouTube. Those exist. Those will continue to exist. They're directly educational, meaning if someone looks for how-to on that, they might find your personal videos. And your legacy is there. Your existence is out there. Not only have you interacted with someone today, you'll interact with someone tomorrow, and the tomorrow of tomorrows. And maybe even, to some extent, in a tomorrow after you're no longer with us in the physical form. When you and I are both just memories in other people's heads, doing stuff like that not only has made you connect today, you might connect with people you're never going to meet. Not just because you happen to live on the exact opposite sides of the world, but because one of you is no longer there. That's a tough pill to swallow, but it's a very humbling one also to take down. The fact that even those memories of you on a video site, someone else might look at 30 years from now, 40 years from now, and see that and go, wow, this sweet guy just taught me how to print balloons with my logo on them. That is really nice. Thank you, friendo. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. You got that right. 100%. So not only am I telling you to avoid PCD, I'm telling you to make an existence. I'm saying go 100% proactive. So we have gone extreme full circle here, kids. We start with a sad 21-year-old that came home from their first furry con, back to their mom's house, sitting in their bedroom with their one little con badge and their t-shirt and a couple of keychains they picked up, and the sadness that it all ended. To 20 years after you're gone, and you're making an impact on someone else's life. You, the 21-year-old today, might be in my shoes 20 years later, recording this kind of video, recording the video Kenny did, doing one of those, and passing that feeling on to that next 21-year-old that's going to see it 20 years after you're gone. And I hope that's true. I really do. I hope, I sincerely hope that when I'm past, when you're all gone as well, some new generation is going to Google stuff, because Google's never going away. We know that. And they're going to find some of these videos on this ancient site called YouTube. And they'll go, wow, furries were a lot different back then, but wow, they're still very the same. Nothing changed. And will help that person, that 21-year-old, 50 years from now, understand that PCD they're feeling from going to MFF 73, they'll know it's going to be okay. And they'll know how to print balloons with their character's face on it. Aw, Thunder, making you feel all love. I love you too, sweetheart. The con that gave me the worst PCD was AntherCon. Not so much it was over, but mainly because so many missed opportunities. Yeah, that's another reason to have it. All the things you didn't get to do. With AntherCon, I definitely know there's a million things I don't get to do every year. I accept that. And the reason I accept that is there's going to be another one in 362-ish days, give or take. And I'll be back, and I'll get another chance. I haven't gone to Permanis in years. That is one of my goals for this AntherCon coming up, is we are taking the trek down to Permanis, getting a muffin sandwich. Again, I have not had one in too long. Need to fix that. Sandwich. I don't care if, every furry that wanted to go with us there specifically is with us or not. We're going to Permanis. We're getting a sandwich. Give me a kielbasa, hold the cheese. That's it. That's what we're doing. But, there will be panels. There will be meetups you're going to miss. MFF, I missed a meetup I really wanted to go to because it happened the exact same time as one of the few other meetups I actually wanted to be at. I had my really nifty new clown outfit with me at MFF this year. And I wanted to wear that at the clown meetup. The problem was it was the exact same time as the Pokefurs meetup. I had to pick one or the other. I picked Pokefurs because I already had a really strong connection with that one, so that's the one I went to. Someday, someone will release something that will make Google look like ass cheese. This is true. So will instead of be Googling, will be snabble-boobling, stabbilazing to find stuff. The problem with Google is I think we are similar to late-stage capitalism. Google has mastered the art of the search, and I don't think anytime soon that behemoth will be broken. But hey, that's just my theory on that one. Similarly, I don't think FA is ever going to die, just because everyone's already there. I don't see X ever finally dying, but I do see it taking a long, lingering trail down the getting smaller game. So, not only can you make it through this, my now 21-year-old furry who's just been to their first con or second one, but you can help someone else. And you can help you. Just do stuff. Interact with people. Socialize. Do things outside of the con. Even if it is just a couple hours a week where you can have time to hop onto VR Chat and meet some of your friends, or watch that one Twitch stream that's by that person. You really like that person. I don't know. It may be a short dog or a angelic marshmallow. Maybe they're a cute red panda or a little otter or a Moogle. I just named several streamers I watch and didn't have to use anyone's name. But if you know any of them, you know them. And you can get in with their community. If you chat in their chat room, you'll end up chatting with their friends and the people that like them. And then you'll meet 2 new friends, and they'll meet 2 new friends. And you'll get in someone's Discord and another one. And you'll find another Twitch streamer you like watching. And you'll find their YouTube channel, another YouTube channel that's similar. And you'll make connections. And maybe you'll start putting videos up. Maybe you'll start going on Twitch just for the fun of it. Just for the halibut. Now, I do what I do because I enjoy it. Not because I'm expecting to be at, holding 20 viewers solid every single video, every single stream I do. No, I don't do that. Am I a little sad that I'm not sitting at 20 viewers right now? Yes. But is that going to affect whether or not I'm going to change what I'm doing? No. I'm still here for my time. I'm putting my nickel in, and we're having fun on this journey. Repeat descriptions of streamers you watch again, please. Oh, tail waggle. I'm going to have to adjust the camera a little bit for that. Stand by. I don't know what that button just did. I hope it didn't do anything weird. Okay, that did weird things for a second. Anyway. All right, it is down there. Tail waggles. You're going to get some waggles, some bunny tail waggles. Hey, cuteness. Hey, Jax. And see what you like. You like tail waggles. And you're getting a little bat wing waggles with it. And my ponytail, too. Hope you're enjoying that bunny cake back there. Please enjoy. Hee. Yes, this is a very fun goth avatar, and I am so happy Fopsy took the time to re-upload it for me so the jacket's fixed. Because I like this one. And the contrast in the bunny tail is really nice. All right, kids. Now, remember, my eyes are back up here. Yeah. And good enough. Actually, just a tad bit back. Give you a good view. I hope you enjoyed your tail waggles. Fine. An angelic marshmallow. A cute red panda. A sweet little otter. An amazing little moogle. A lovely green doe. An amazing little bunny. A very precious kitty. A beautiful kitty. Who else is on right now that I can describe? Oh, a sweet little hedgehog. A very sus but very sweet little white puppy. When you said your eyes were up here, the camera zoomed in on your chest. I know. I may have done that on purpose. Also, my mind's still a little dirty. I am not a clean child. I may do my best to act nice and act well-behaved, but I'm no saint. And I never claim to be. I'm well-behaved, but I'm me 110% of the time. Always, even when I'm good. Mwah. And I ain't never gonna change. Wow. I've been tangenting a lot today. I am okay with this. My thought stream has been working well on overdrive. There is an I there somewhere. T-I. Yeah. There may be an I in there somewhere. I don't know which I you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but, there may be an I in there someplace. And even the most well-behaved streamers I know who claim to be angels never claim to be saints. We're all adults here, mostly. Sort of, in some sense of the word. So, yeah. Streamers I watch include a loud yellow wild dog, a tiny dog who says he's not tiny, and a pink Canadian wolf, a little kitty, and a little raccoon. I definitely know for sure who I know who at least two of those ones are for damn sure. And yes, they're on my list. The other three, I don't recognize for sure. But I also watch a lot of streamers. I'm a social critter. I try my best to at least show my face, be present, and say hi. It does fix me as far as my social needs. Same. Nice. Who'd you not recognize? I'm not sure on the loud yellow dog which little kitty and which little raccoon. I know several little kitties and several little raccoons, so I can't be sure which ones you're mentioning if they're the same ones. And I don't know if I do know a yellow wild dog that streams. Good gravy, I know too many furries, though. But I certainly know the tiny dog who says he complains they're not tiny, and a pink Canadian wolf. I can't not know who that certain pink Canadian wolf is. She's one of the first furries that I met in real life. Yellow dog is the name of a certain drink. Shasta? I have no idea. Alcoholic drink. A yellow dog, though, named after an alcoholic drink. Not sure. No clue. Then again, I'll hear it later and I'll be like, oh my, how was I so stupid? But, that's how life works. Oh, yes, now I know who that is. Yellow and purple kind of looks like a royal crown. LOL. Yeah. Yum, yum, yum. Crown Royal. Oh, speaking of which, alcohol drinks. I did find a not Midori at the alcohol store this week that was only like $8. I posted about it in all my social medias. It's just a basic melon liqueur, and it was only like less than $8 for a full liter bottle of this stuff. It's 15/30 on the alcohol rating, and it tastes just as good as Midori, like damn near on the mark. For $8 for a liter, and one not too big of a glass really hit me on my ass on Sunday. DQ Yippers. Meow. But if you look on either my Mastodon, my Blue Sky, or my X, I did post a picture of it and the label on the bottle. In case you want to have a pretty good not Midori if you have trouble getting Midori where you live and or you don't want to spend the far too expensive price for a little bottle of that stuff. Because, yeah, Midori was expensive when I could get it. And it has been in stock since 2020 in all our local alcohol stores. Grumble, grumble, grumble. So, I'm happy I found an alternative. Fun. And stream-wise, if you're enjoying the art to my left here, I do intend to keep changing that every week or so with a different little avatar of myself. So if you hate this one, don't worry, it should be different next week. But if you watch my random Borderlands streams, you'll get to see a different picture possibly tomorrow when I change it up. I do like to add a little bit more spice to my life. And a little bit more spice to all your lives. And hey, if me putting up a different piece of my art, just representing myself while we're talking or while I'm gaming, I call that a win for everybody. Fox Angel, whose halo is definitely a donut. Nice. Ain't nothing wrong with a fake halo. But the more you get around on Twitch, the more you're going to find out how many different places you can go watch. Just check your recommended channels occasionally and find someone new to go to. Or just enjoy being rated out by your friends. Like, after you're done watching me, I'm going to send you somewhere else. And you can watch that person for a while. And go, oh my God, this person's also fun. I'm not sure who it's going to be, because from an hour from now, I have no idea if half the people I'm watching right now are going to be there. Hydrate. Yeah, I probably need to do that. I don't think I've hydrated this entire stream. No, that's not it. That's not my water. There it is. Found it. Delicious anthrocon water. It's anthrolicious. Speaking of things I'll miss at furry cons that I don't do anymore, Fursuit Parade. Used to love doing that. Now I hate it. Too much waiting around. Too much getting there too early and then waiting around. To be out of energy by the time you are doing said parade. And then getting heat exhaustion. And then heat stroke. And barely making back to your hotel room consciously. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. Yeah, we're good. It's something I enjoyed when I did do it. All but that last one. To varying levels of extents. And that I'm not going to be doing again. Uh-oh, not good being dry. I have a sports bottle and a cream soda in the fridge. Nice. Cream soda is delicious. I do love a cream soda. In the freezer. Yum, yum. I have plenty of things in the fridge. Including Diet Cola, Dr. Something, some alcoholic beverage, juice, and almond milk, etc., etc., etc. We're a well-stocked household. And a couple more alcohol bottles sitting on the counter that don't need refrigeration. Or just haven't been opened yet, so they don't need refrigeration for that yet. I'm looking at you, Mudslide. Gonna enjoy you later. Might even pull out the blendy and blend up some ice and make you a little frosty type style. Oh, yeah. Very importantly, do love Mudslide. Love Mai Tai. Love Margarita. These are all easy to acquire at pre-mixed $9 a bottle style. Nom nom nom. I'm a frugal drunk when I do want to get alcoholed. For the cost of 2 beers at your local brew house, you could go to your local alcohol store and buy a full bottle of margarita that will give you an entire night of drunk, maybe even 2. For just the cost of 2 of those beers that you barely enjoyed, you could be enjoying margaritas all night long. All night long. And probably get rather toasted. Also, point of reference. For all of you out on the wanting to get boozed, definitely buy alcohol and bring it home. Not only do you have to not worry about driving drunk, but you also save a whole lot of money. Just putting that out there. For less than the cost of me getting 1 margarita at our really, really good taco place that we can walk to, I can get a whole bottle of margarita and have it home. Yes, their margarita is better than mine. and I'll still buy that one. But just for your average weekend, the Chi-Chi's one is just fine. One big problem at AC was a close friend got blue sugar spike, food poisoning, and heat stroke after fursuit parade. He threw up at the end. We had to take him back to his room and put him in the shower to return his temperature back. Wow. Yeah. There's a reason a lot of us refer to it as the Death March. It can be dangerous. Blood sugar spike. I kind of figured that's what you meant. Yeah, blood sugar spike. Yeah. Be careful, kids. You can really hose yourself up. I may have got minor food poisoning at MFF this year on Friday. We ate dinner. And I sat in the hotel room for like a half hour, 45 minutes after that. Made sure I was digested and felt okay. Put on my fursuit. Went over to the convention center from the main hotel. And for all of you who've been to MFF, you understand how much of a trek that is. From the main hotel all the way into the convention center, into meeting rooms. And my tummy went gurgle, gurgle. And I think that was the fastest I ever got from the convention center at MFF back to my hotel room and made it to the toilet in time before the waterfall started. Yep. But I made it. He had a new suit, which he wasn't used to, and he didn't have under... Oh, geez. Yeah. One thing I have tried to stress to everyone who wants to fursuit at a convention, practice at home before you go. Even if it's just a couple times on a Saturday where you put your fursuit on and you sit down and you watch Star Trek. Just put it on for a while. Walk around your house. Wear it for an hour or two. Before you're going to be in the heat in Pittsburgh downtown, in all the action where you can't just easily take your head off and disrobe. Do it hard in a place where you can take it off easily. Also, especially if you have someone at home that can help you unzip fast if you really need out. And if you're at home, again, you're already in a safe space, you can take the head off in your living room when you're alone. And no one's going to say, ruining the magic. And you can get yourself the heckers out of there. And knockoff Under Armour is really easy to come by. I've said the word Walmart before, and I will say it again. Walmart. The amount of knockoff underwear I've gotten specifically from that store is most of my supply at this point. I only have one actual Under Armour shirt and one actual Under Armour shorts and 2 balaclavas. But all the rest of mine are knockoff, and they all work just fine. Look for those Lycra undie shirts and shorts. They will save your life. 20-pound kettlebell is good for breaking up a bag of ice. I can see that. I find my garage floor works quite well, too. Drop-dee, 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 drop-dee. Hey, it all pours down in the cooler. Perfect. There's this guy named Finn the Panther who has been posting fursuiting tips. He mentioned a good UA outfits, heat gear. Nice. Hey, if you can get some good temperature regulating outfits that are helpful to make it so you can fursuit better, I recommend it. 100%. Whatever you got to do to make your convention time acceptable, do it. I will say, back when I started fursuiting, I thought I would never be able to live without a fan in a fursuit head. Now only like one of my heads has that, and that is the Minnie Mouse one. And dear God, that one needs it because there's literally no other ventilation besides the neck hole and that fan. Soldiers who work in tanks wear cooling vests. Yeah, I mean, those things are basically ovens. You should try it. Honestly, I'm comfortable with how I am temperature-wise in fursuit. It's more exhaustion that hits me in the end. I did over 4 hours in fursuit in a single jaunt this year at MFF. I got the longevity. That's not, the heat wasn't the problem. It was more that I was getting hungry and I needed to get out to go get food. He's on Twitter, X, and YouTube. I think he may be on Blue Sky, but I'm not sure. Most people are anymore. After the latest Exodus, I'm surprised how much more interaction posts I do get on Blue Sky than they do on Exodus. I still post my advertisements on all three because, I mean, it's advertisement. I'm not posting my life story on all three of those things. But I'll get interactions mostly now at Blue Sky. At least a higher percentage will hit me there than they will on X. Just a fun little statistic there for you. And Mastodon doesn't get much traction either. Go figure. Got to go get ready to wind down for bed here. But I hope you have an amazing rest of your stream with this super amazing streamer person and totally not a teacup line. Thank you, Thunder, you cute little baby Kleekai. You go make sure you go get a nice, comfy bed, sleepies. Let's now go up with your plushies. And let me know how good of a boy you are tomorrow with how you slept. I expect a full report. YouTube. And Thunder gives a heart. Yeah, I hardly ever use Mastodon anymore. I don't have a problem with any of them as far as use goes. I don't mind posting on any of the three as far as how to. It just depends on who's going to actually be reading it on any of these places. And when what you're posting most of the time is your advertisements for, say, your streaming or you post a new YouTube video, it's the same sentence on all three of them, so it's just copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. I'm not calling a winner on any race ever. For all I know, people will be back on X in another year and Blue Sky will fizzle back out. Or Mastodon will take off all of a sudden. You never know. You never know what the future's going to hold. But I'm putting all my eggs in all the baskets. So just in case anything breaks, I'm everywhere. So even if I lose one thing, I still got all the other ones. Do you have a shark avatar? I do not think I do. I'm pretty sure I actually do not have a shark. Avatars. Let me see. That's a Lucario. No. I could probably get rid of that one. I have that and uploaded now, I think. Dropsy actually upload that one for me? I don't remember. Triple checking just because I forget. Nope, no shark. I double checked. Sorry. IKEA shark avatar. Yeah, I do not have a Blaha. And currently that's a bit of a sore spot, but I'm getting over it. They have to exist, or they should. Oh, Well, there are shark avatars. I do know that. I have plenty of friends who have shark avatars. I just don't have one. Nothing has really spoke to me shark-wise that I wanted to keep. Well, something I have not gone over today was food. Because I was off last week, but not feeling good, I didn't end up going and getting takeout as much as I'd wanted to. But I did go and pick us up Panda Express from our new Panda Express near us on Thursday night when I grocery shopped. What would happen with IKEA? Or do you... Oh, it has nothing to do with IKEA. It has to do with Blaha. And no, I do not want to talk about it. Bunny and Hopkins still my favorites. I do love bunnies and Hopkins, and I don't even know if I have a Hopkin avatar. I might have one still in there. I have plenty of bunnies though. I have several uploaded bunnies even. Hello, Gallery Us Fidowin number 3. Good to see you. And Kenny says, "Okay, Huggles." Don't worry, it's nothing you're missing there. I'm a little mad at our local Panda Express. Yes, they're new. I need a bun. There are a lot of good buns out there. I'm betting that Foxy Paw here does have a public version of this one. If you go search in any of the Avatar locals, you might be able to find this. Do bunny things with. Yes, you can do bunny things with them. I ordered, Babs, thank you for rating with 9 viewers. Good gravy, you pretty pink lovely lady. How are you doing, you wonderful Canadian woofers? And hello, all of you raiders. I have literally just been spending the last 3 hours talking about PCD and the game of avoiding it. And now here all of you are. And you know what? I don't know if I have any moderators on, so I'm going to try and do this myself. New keyboard. Exclamation. Yeah. Oh, space. And. Ha. There. Did it right. Get loved on. Well, how was your stream, my lovely lady? Did you have fun playing Sanic Mania with all the Sanics? Did you go fast? Go fast and be blue? Go fast and be blue. Pan Express either too salty for their stir-fried or too sweet, deep-fried, syrup-coated for me. I can understand that. Compared to a lot of our bad local Chinese places, they're at least somewhat of an improvement. And our favorite local takeout place, unfortunately, got dislocated and stuff and had a new location since then. We miss you, Hibachi. We want you to get a new home, and we will buy from you again. Please, please, please. Babsy! Yay. And the ad is finishing now. So welcome in, Babsy, since you probably didn't see that till now. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. And thank you for all your people, and I hope they enjoy their stay. I love Pan Express. I really enjoy it too. They're a very good, passable, usually fairly quick place to get a lot of Chinese food. Squeak! Hello there, bit of mink. You are a very good mink. Welcome in. Minks are very soft and very fun to pet. So I had planned my day around, I was going to do the grocery shopping and end at Panda Express and have it picked up when Fopsy was going to be getting off work. Since Fopsy was getting off at 5 p.m., I scheduled the Panda Express to be ready at 4:45 and I ordered online on the app at 2:30 p.m. So 2 hours and 15 minutes before I wanted to get my food. I even ended up at the Panda Express about 15 minutes earlier than that because I was a little bit better at the grocery shopping than I thought I would be. I did not have bags of food in my hand until 5 after 5. And I was there at 4:30. People that came in off the street, got in the line and ordered off the line to get their food, came and left before I got my food I'd ordered at 2:30 p.m. So I waited 2 hours and 35 minutes for stuff people waited less than 10 minutes for. Do better, Panda. Do better. Now, it was tasty. I definitely am going to give it that. And the value was definitely there because we got 2 pick 3 platters, like one for each of us. And I got us each an egg roll and their dessert apple pie egg roll. All of that was really good. We both enjoyed all 3 of our little entrees. I got the noodles. Fopsy got the mixed vegetables for her, like her B course, the side piece. We each got 3 different main course items from the other one, and we both liked everything that we personally got. And it was a great value. I had a 20% off coupon for my first time ordering off the app, so all of that was $26. I can't complain about the price. I can complain about the fact that I ordered to pick up at 4:45 and I didn't get it for 20 more minutes. Grumble. I have a dirty joke, but it's a lot. Do you mind? Probably not a dirty joke tonight there, Panda. Let's go non-dirty joke today. Friday and Saturday, we mostly just kind of winged it. Sunday, I did pick up steak for Sunday. And I made 2 fairly good strip steaks. Since it was, white fluff on the ground outside, I decided I was going to do the inside style cooking. I did it on the cast iron pan, so 2.5 minutes flip, 2.5 minutes in the oven, 3 minutes, pull out and serve for a perfectly delicious rare steak. Steak! Hell yeah. Never mind then. I apologize. It's been a while since I did a steak in the house in the cast iron, but I still got my chops. It worked well. Also, it had been quite a few weeks since we'd had steak at home because we had salmon at home the weekend before MFF. MFF happened, and then the last weekend after that, we didn't have it at home. So it had been a good month since we had steak in the house. And it was really tasty. I've been pondering steak lately. Well, at least when I went on Thursday, strips were on sale at Meijer at $9.99 a pound. Hint, hint. Wink, wink. Hinty, hint, hint. Hint, 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 hint. It's also where I usually get my steak at because they have good enough quality and they tend to be on sale often enough. Salmon, nom. Oh, yeah. The salmon I baked the last couple times been really good. I've been using different seasoning on it instead of the just lemon pepper. It's amazing what just a different seasoning will do with a different meat. Is it just you by yourself, or do you have folks joining you? Tonight, I'm by myself. And that actually has good reasoning, since the majority of the stream was actually educational about dealing with PCD. So, for that, I kind of wanted to represent being alone. I love all of you. But I'm trying to be helpful and educational and entertaining at the same time. So if you got a good 3 hours that you're bored and want to hear about PCD from many different angles and all the way up to a conclusion around, 3 hours in, this VOD will be up. And it'll be posted on my YouTube channel come Wednesday. Trust me, I tried to be thorough. I tried to be helpful. I tried to be very explainy about this because I know what it's like. I've been there, done that. I literally bought the t-shirt. And even as recently as the Sunday of this MFF, I helped someone deal with it. That's the important part. Not only do you need to know how to deal with PCD, you need to know how to help your friend that doesn't understand it either. And since I recently dealt with that as a direct function, I want to do it in the more indirect function as well and help other people. Today, I did have to go back to work after 10 days of not being at work. Grumble, grumble, sad thought, grumble. But I did manage to make my gnocchi and meat sauce, which I had a nice big bowl of for dinner tonight. Very tasty, very good. Loved it. Will be enjoying that for leftovers the next few days because, of course, I made a lot. And it actually tastes better the next day, so yum. One thing I did do funny this weekend. Saturday, I was doing something in the kitchen, think just something, and Fopsy said, my computer is having an issue, could you take a look at it? And I sat down on her chair. And she told me her chair was kind of broken a few weeks ago at this point. And I realized how broken it was. Yeah, that was up to it was no longer safe. Today is my last work day of the year. Tomorrow starts 2-week leave, including a cruise to the Caribbean with my furry friends and family. Oh, that is awesome, Kenny. I hope you have a great time. Please enjoy your time off. Mine was just a PTO burn at the end of the year, so I didn't lose my time off. So I had a 10-day stretch of Caddie time. Yeah. And it's my last PTO until sometime next year. So I unplannedly went to Sam's Club Saturday afternoon after a VR chat meetup of all things that I wanted to go to. I'd been there for a while and I took off after I'd had enough fun time. That would be Miss Lulu's meetup. And I did have a good time. Saw a few friends. Got some hugs. Played some games. Was social in a direct sense. Your chair was broke AF. Oh, it was very broke. To reference what was broke. If you know how a basic office-y type desk chair is for the at-home, where you have the two arms that are screwed in with 4 screws on each side, 2 on the seat, 2 on the back on each side. All 8 screws were sufficiently screwing into something. 2 of them were occasionally wandering their way out, but we could screw them back in. The problem was, one of the screws that was staying in, what it was staying into was no longer attached to the chair itself. The front left screw, its base on the inside in the foamy zone had broken with an about 1.5 to 2 inch metal spike effectively that ended in effectively like half a screw hole. Which means only one of those screws on the other side was effectively keeping the chair from tilting back and falling, head first back onto the floor. And If that one were to break similarly, not only would you have the fall back on the floor problem, you would also have 2 metal spikes that would come slashing up at your thighs as you went down, that were not necessarily going to have nice, soft, padded edges. So when I sat down on the chair and realized how broke AF that was, I said, okay, I'm going to Sam's Club. Sit on my chair and tell me if you like that one. If so, I'm buying you that chair. She did. I did. Ironically, it was slightly different again. This is the 3rd variant of this chair I've picked up now. I've had 2 exact variants of the one I'm sitting on right now, which I currently own both of. The version I had first, which was slightly different than these ones, and this version, which was slightly different yet again. But almost exactly the same. The padding feels about the same. The construction in general is about the same, and the way the buttons work is the same as these ones. And she's very happy. She says the chair is very comfortable, very padded, and yeah, like most things, does need a little breaking in to be the most comfortable. But she's enjoying it, and it's not going to fall over anytime soon. This particular lazy boy is built well. The hardware is very sturdy and very stable. And what broke on the one that has broken on me so far was external visible, and you'd be able to know it before it became a real problem. Part of the left arm's plastic broke on my first one. That was after about 7 years of owning it. So that tells you the longevity of that. I know engineers, they love changing things. Yeah, they do. So after I got home, I didn't feel like cooking because not only did I stop at Sam's Club, and I stopped at a Walmart, I stopped at Target, and I stopped at the booze store. And I picked up one thing at Walmart, a couple things at Sam's Club, and nothing at Target, but a couple things at the booze store. But after that, we first put together Fopsy's chair before anything else, so she wouldn't be in deadly zone anymore and comfortable. And then I didn't feel like, doing any major cooking, but I was hungry. So since one of the things I did buy was 2 new bags of popcorn chicken, I was going to involve that in the game. But I didn't just want to have popcorn chicken. I went and looked in the canned goods section of our house, and I saw, I got a couple small cans of yams. I could do that. Like a regular vegetable can size. Not even like the big can at all. Just a regular can of corn size can of yammies. So I put in a pan, put some brown sugar in it, a couple spice things, including I saw I had some pumpkin pie spice and some allspice. Put both of those in there. Jazzed it up real good. So I had corn, sweet potatoes, and microwaved popcorn chicken. Now, for me, that's delicious. That's the way I prefer it. So I prefer it that way. It was over the toaster oven. I feel the slightly softer coating is nicer than it gets a little bit crispier in the oven, a little crispier than I like, and just becomes work to eat, whereas the microwave version is easier. So not only did I get to enjoy the corn with a little butter, but I got to enjoy those sweet potatoes. Delicious. And I have some of those left in the fridge still for a leftover for probably lunch tomorrow. Double delicious. But I dipped my popcorn chicken in the sweet potato juice. OMG. That Sam's Club popcorn chicken in the blue bag, not the red bag, the blue bag. That's our preferred one. Yeah, that worked really good with a very sweet potato juice. Oh, snap. Taco Bell's nuggies now. Yeah, I saw that. I haven't tried them yet. Hopefully they're good. Nuggies are nuggies, so hopefully they aren't bad nuggies. So that was a stupid experiment I did, and I'm definitely going to do that again. Canned yams are not that expensive. And making up just a stovetop pot like that, as opposed to baking them off, wasn't perfect, but it was darn close to right, and it was definitely in the good enough for government style. Yum, yum, yum. Remember, don't feel afraid to experiment and minimalize any cooking situation whenever it is needed. I stand by I love box stuffing, but I also love real stuffing. But I'm more than happy to eat box stuffing on average Tuesday. I've even come to the point where if it's late at night or an evening where I worked and I have leftover chicken, I don't have leftover stuffing with it, I will happily spend the 10 minutes making a box of instant stuffing. It costs me a whole heckin' $1, and that's at least 2 meals worth of stuffing, if not 3. I'm a good judge of government stuff. I work for it. Good work, Kenny. Thank you for being a good judge of government. Good enough for government. So yeah, don't be afraid to try. Yeah, Grandma's candied yams that she bakes for a couple hours are the bestest. Baked beans that you put in the oven and cover with bacon and fill with brown sugar and seasonings. Bestest. Sometimes taking that pan on the stove variant just to tide you over on a random Tuesday, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea, and you can spice up your life a little bit more eating something that you might not have thought would be other than on Thanksgiving when Grandma brings it. And since my grandma and Aunt Jane, neither one will ever be able to bring it again, I do still have Joan. We still got Joan, who does bring it to our Thanksgiving. And she does a darn fine job of making a good bacon tray of candied yammers. I will happily make some myself, either from scratch or halfway or pan-wise, whenever need be. Candied yams with or without marshmallows. Now, I grew up in a non-marshmallow family, and I don't make them with marshmallows. Joan does put marshmallows on them, but I don't feel like they're marshmallow contrasting like I've had in some other people's. The marshmallow seems to hers more of a compliment than a contrast. I've had many a candied yam. I've not ever said I didn't like one. But I will definitely say sometimes if someone over marshmallows, it can contrast the yumminess. But if there's a light enough layer of marshmallow and it got adequately toasted in the oven, then it adds an element that is more fun. Putting that right out there. Also, pumpkin spice does work really good in if you're trying to make a quick yam with just a can. It hit right. Most of my flavor was that pumpkin pie spice and the brown sugar. I put in a little salt, a little bit of butter, and a shaker of nutmeg just because it was there. I couldn't find the cinnamon, so I couldn't put any of that in, so that's where we were. That's some fun facts for all of you. Facts, facts, facts. That's a fox facts. Because it's a fact that I can verify with my fox. And I know I mentioned it around Thanksgiving, but one of our favorite orange side dishes for holiday get-togethers is carrots. Similar to making mashed potatoes, like a rough mash, but mashed carrots. Boil them till they're squishable enough that a masher, one of those like zigzag potato mashers, will crunch them good. Drain them off, mash them, add a little butter, salt, and pepper. you actually have a rather sweet, savory, and fairly healthy side dish. It will hit not quite as sweet as a candied yam, but not quite as savory as a mashed tater. It'll hit that other part of your flavor palette you weren't expecting. Get that mix in there, kids. Especially if you're like seventh dish on the Friendsgiving get together. Try something a little off the cuff. You never know. We're the ones who have only ever brought that, and usually we get a good fond reception for it, at least from a few people. I love it too, because any leftovers means I get delicious mashed carrots for the next few days. Yum, yum. Also, being the source of the turkey, I tend to have a lot of leftover turkey when I get home on after Thanksgiving, Friendsgiving. Oh, and bonus fact, there was a few bites of the turkey left when we went to MFF. When I got back, it was still not stanky, and I did finish it. Did not have tummy problems, so it was okay. Not a morsel of that turkey went to waste. I made ambrosia fruit salad for the office Christmas party last week. Even though the recipe calls for it, I didn't add the pineapple. Everybody loved it. You know, that's cool. I had family members that always like to have the ambrosia salad with the family get-togethers. Not my flavor. I'm definitely not downing you for making that something I didn't like because I wasn't there to not eat it anyway. Not my flavor, but good work on making something unique and uniquifying in a way for your tastes. Play with things in a way that you like them, and then share that with your friends. Food is better when just a little bit of self-expression gets into it. You don't have to be Master Chef Gordon Ramsay to make something that's special. You can be cute little foxy Kenny, who made his ambrosia salad without pineapple. And everybody enjoys it. And that is just as valid as, anything else. If you have pineapple, it's not drained properly, it will kill the fluffy cream. It will. This is true. Because all the acid will knock that down. Acidic liquid and fluffy cream are not good friends. But unfortunately, most of the milk-related ingredients in it are the reasons why I really can't ingest it. And add that together with the acid base of all the fruits and stuff, it turns into like a time bomb of, oh, how long is that staying in Caddie safely? Not long. And most recipes I've seen for it not only involve whipped cream, which I can make it through, but they'll either involve also sour cream and or cream cheese in there too. And I'm like, yep, can't do that. Both of those are absolutely digestive no-nos on Caddie. Bonus fun for tonight. Though I did work today, due to the weirdness of the holidays this week, I am off tomorrow. So I don't have like a strict 11 o'clock cutoff time. But I'm probably not going to go too late. Though I will say, since I haven't let anyone in, it'll be a lot easier to escape after I get off a stream tonight. Just saying. I will definitely put out there, especially over this last week when I had off, playing Borderlands just on a on a whim on stream has been really fun. A couple of those days, I did 7-hour plus streams. Glad I made you laugh, Beta Mink. I did 7-hour plus streams, and I wasn't exhausted from them. I actually felt good. I actually had to stop both times because I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I had been gaming for 7+ hours, and I was like, I should probably eat food. And then by the time I was done, I was like, it's well after 10 o'clock when I got off anyway. I should probably not get on and stream again tonight. Yeah, I think 7 hours was enough streaming. We're done Borderlandsing. But I really enjoyed that. I had a lot of fun. Even if I don't get that many people coming in to chat with me or probably even watching. Heck, I think almost everybody that watches me on that is just lurking. And every once in a while I get somebody that talks to me. By the way, if you want my ear and there is not a line to talk to it, or waiting for me to shut up on a story I'm talking about, that's when to find me, because it's pretty quiet in here. You'll get my ear right away. Night-night, guys. Sleepy time. Good night, sweet little Kenny. You be a good little baby kissune. You get some rest, snuggle a plushie, and dream of all the pretty balloons, okay? Squeak. Baby me go squeak. By far, to keep wrapping back to the plot of tonight's story, one of the things I do to maintain my sanity and getting out and about is every week basically telling the world via stream here what interesting things I've cooked, what I've done in the kitchen, and what tasted good and what didn't. And that is part of my sociability. And I know several people that actually really enjoy that part of the stream, so I'm not quitting that anytime soon. Because not only do I get to talk about food, which is easy, mentally, but people are enjoying hearing about it, so that's bonus. I have the next 2 days off, so I don't have to be in bed till 11 tonight. Yay! Good work, Wild. I am glad you are able to stay up to the lates. You are not strapped to the bed this time. I mean, unless you want to be. Do I need to come over and help you with that? I may have equipment. Non-sexually related. Yes, I actually do own, for comfort and fun, a few sets of cuffs and that. I have a roommate for that. If I was into that, this is true. You do. And I'm pretty sure he or she, whatever gender they are feeling at the moment, does have some of that sort of equipment as well. Knowing them well enough. But yes, I do own a couple of sets of cuffs. Honestly, they are comfortable, and it does add a certain aspect that, if that's a thing that makes you feel comfortable, it's not a bad thing. I honestly have just put my cuffs on to go to sleep. Nothing sexual, just they make me feel comfortable and safe, and I'll go to bed like that. Or I'll sit around the house wearing them and just go, it feels nice. And for anyone that has any things like that, don't be ashamed of doing it around your house. And don't be ashamed to go to the places that sell these things and ask questions. Ask to touch things. Ask to try things on. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't be in VR that long. My headset pushes my glass into my face. It hurts. True dat. I'm sorry. I actually have my glasses pushed away from my face in my index, so they are not even touching my nose. They're touching my index's nose bridge. But yeah, and I'll say this for sexual and non-sexual kink-related wares and objects. If you go to stores that sell these things, most of the time the person selling them wants to sell things. A lot of these are smaller shops, meaning you're either talking to one of the few employees or the owner when you're looking at a pair of leather cuffs or a silicone molded object. I'll let you figure that part out on your own. And asking questions is not a bad thing. I just noticed that Bunny has canine teeth on the bottom. It does. It also has a fangs option. Pink, more fangs. You know, in case you're need a little bunnicula in your life. Wink, wink. Yes, it's a good bunny. Your bunny, you're going to eat veggies, not meat. Hey. I had friends that, bunnies that had an addiction for chicken and would steal chicken from them and hide in the corner and make their thump noise to keep you away while they enjoyed their drumstick. Probably not good for them, but that doesn't mean they didn't like it. No, not my sister. She doesn't feed her bunnies those things. Just putting that out there. But yes, ask questions if you're not sure. If you want to know about particular objects, or if you want to know about different sizes or sizing of things, ask. If you find something you kind of like, and you want to know what it is like, asking stupid questions will get you better answers. And if it's something that's not directly personal, like a pair of leather cuffs, they might let you try on said cuffs or collar or something. And figure out if it fits your body, if it feels nice when you have it on. Because something might look neat on the rack, but you never know until you've actually put it on your body if that t-shirt feels good, or that pair of pants fits you right, or that other thing. Now, that one you'll have to buy before you try, but at least you can ask questions and say what you know and where you've been and what you know you can handle. And the people at those stores generally, well, they want you to come back and buy more things later. So they're not going to lie to you and say, oh yeah, you need this $500 object, to be like, yeah, this is what you can probably handle. This is a lovely sculpture you would love sitting on your desk. Yes, it's a lovely silicone sculpture that you will love there in your house for reasons. Yep, I know the chicken. Good little mink. Good little mink. Eat them chimkins. The world is coming to an end. Nah, it's not. Not yet, anyway. Wait till after January. Courtesy laugh. We fear for our lives. But yeah. Be assertive. Ask questions. And I actually did that to some extent at MFF this couple weeks ago in the adult section. I looked at things. I asked questions. I looked at price tags. Everything I kind of liked, I couldn't really budget that day, so I didn't buy anything. But I did ask questions. And I saw some things I kind of liked. I saw some things that were reasonable. Just a little more expensive than I felt like spending that day. So, just putting that out there. If you are curious, I recommend not starting with that stuff, shopping at a furry convention, trying to find something with a name like Thor attached to it. I'll let that sink in for everyone that doesn't understand what it was till you figure it out. Yeah, so you don't want to start with that. Go to your local paraphernalia shop and find something that's a little bit more lower speed. Try it out before you buy something that costs $65 at a furry convention, just to find out you really don't enjoy that. Chicken, someone say, chicken? Yeah, chicken, Crystal. Chimkins. Delicious chimkins. I did make chicken last week, and that was very good. That lasted me several leftovers dinners. I think I did the Montreal Spice last week, and it was very good, both on the initial burn and the leftovers. McCormick has not been doing me wrong at all, no matter what ones I've been trying on the chicken. The only one I'm a little hesitant to try is the Montreal steak on it. I think that'd be a little bit louder than I'd want to put on a chicken. I don't think that'd work out as well. But that is Caddie discretion there. You don't have to live by my rules. If you want to give that a whirl, by all means. I'm not stopping you. But from them, maple something or other. I think that's the one that Wild accidentally got. I think it was what I had. There's the brown sugar bourbon, the garlic and herb, the Montreal chicken, the lemon pepper. All of those have been really good. And those are just off-the-shelf spices that, okay, quite literally, here's your recipe for anyone that wants to make some tasty chicken. Grab any one of those spices that is listed. Play back the VOD if you need to rehear any of those. Or just go to the seasoning section in your local grocery store and look for the McCormick shakers. There's a bunch of them. They're basically all good. Take, say, chicken thighs, chicken legs, chicken wings, or if you're really boring, chicken breasts. Shake on all sides. I prefer a skin-on piece of chicken in this case. Generally, legs, thighs, full leg quarters, and even modest-sized chicken breasts will cook at about the same situation, around 400 degrees, for about an hour. Simply thoroughly shake this stuff on it, one of those many seasonings, place on baking sheet, preferably on foil. Trust me, clean up, it's a lot easier if you do that. Bake for an hour. Let it cool for a minute or two, because it's going to come out at 400 degrees or something on the outside. You know, it's hot, yo. It's going to be hot. Elsewise, take off pan. Enjoy. Tasty chicken. That's it. There you go. You all have a recipe. Go roll with it. It's practically a one-step cooking recipe. Shake on chicken. Bake. It's even relatively healthy because you're not putting any extra sugar or anything on there. Well, I mean the one as sugar, but I mean even the chemicals on, say, a shake and bake. You're not even having that. Again, there's another choice. Shake and feck and bake. Shake and bake is actually decent. It's not bad. I do like shake and bake. We tend to have that in the cabinet. I just haven't done it in a while. In fact, I probably should use some of that so it doesn't, go bad. Meow. I mean, really? You got options, kids. You got options. Was you talking about adult items a minute ago on that topic? I don't gotta go to the back of Spencer's. Yeah. Honestly, I don't recommend going to someplace like Spencer's to look for silicone sculptures. Another thing for me to do again is oven stuff. Yeah, honestly, oven is a 4-letter word that a lot of people are scared of because they don't realize how easy it is to just do stuff in there. I even started doing this with chicken because I did try shake and bake again after a lot of years. And I was like, oh my God, this was so easy. And then I tried the McCormick seasoning and I was putting barbecue sauce on after, when it was almost done to make barbecue chicken. And then one time I was like, why don't I just not do the barbecue sauce and see how it turns out? And I was like, oh my God, this is still delicious. And we haven't turned back. But no, don't recommend going to Spencer's for, unless you do spot some leather wrist gear and whatnot there that you really like. I'm not going to judge. Or if you find silicone sculptures that are pleasing to your eye, I'm not going to judge you on that. But if you're actually not sure about what you're getting and not getting, if you don't know, this is one of the few times I do recommend going to an actual specialty shop. You'll often find them advertised on the side of the highway telling you what exit to get off to get to them. They often look weird and boarded up on the outside for advertising reasons. They're not allowed to show products out to the public. Go in there. They're not scary. They're not Satan's house. They're not the bad place. They're just a place to help you feel nice and help you explore you if that is something that you specifically choose to do. No one's forcing you to go in there. No one's forcing you to buy anything. Heck, no one's forcing you to even question whether or not you want to be in there. I'm just going to say right out there, don't feel judged for the idea that you might have wanted to shop in that store and or try anything they might have for sale. You are not being judged by me. You're not being judged by that salesperson. If anything, that salesperson wants you to have a good time. If they didn't, you would not come back and be a return customer. This ain't Walmart where the most of the people I've run into there, I'm not saying all of them, don't care about you and wish you were all out of their store so that they could have a little few seconds of peace. This store actually cares about fun, and they want you to have a good time, and they know that there are sometimes food. They know they're not where you get your cans of corn and your cheap chicken thighs. They're where you come to have an extra fun Saturday every so often. If you get me. And of course, be polite when you're in there, because there are still people. Again, friendly children, be friendly. All these people are people. And I'm waiting to see what happens when this gets posted on YouTube, if the censors listen and find any of this offensive. But I've been trying to be polite and dance around every single point so that no one questions anything. I'm staying as PG-13 to the tooth as I can be. There, my first experience with UV paint. Well, that's interesting. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, there's a lot of things I tried at Spencer's first that I never tried anywhere else. But certain things, yeah, I did actually try from a shop that was specialized in that. Granted, this was also back in the early 2000s. Spencer's was less of an adult toy store in the back and more of just a lot of jokes and a little bit of that in the back. Whereas now it's like half the store is And the other half is shirts with Roots pictures on it. Yeah, I just kind of stopped talking there for a moment, so you can fill in your own blank there. Long in the before time. I actually don't like shopping at Spencer's anymore because of how much of a toy store they have become from what they were. Like, I didn't mind the fact that they had some adult things in the back, but it just... when they were in the mall, Oh, they're still in my mall, actually. They're in the mall near us. I just don't like going in there. If anything, I like going to Hot Topic because occasionally I will find some nifty things in the Hot Topic. Not going to lie. Occasionally I will find a Hot Topic diddly-do that I spend money on. But not Spencer's. Every time I've gone to the Spencer's, I just feel... Okay, either the jokes... Like, I might just be too old and I don't get the fart joke anymore or something. And the adult section in the back half, it just seems like the Walmart of that, if you get me. It's like I'm looking at the knockoff of the Great Value silicone sculpture and leather appendage covering devices. And I can get better stuff online without even trying. And I don't have to be in this smelly, and I do say that with experience from all the Spencers I've been in lately, smelly stores. They generally, everyone I've been in the last 15 years has smelled like cheap rubber fetish wear. And if you know that smell, you know what I'm talking about. And it's just like, I don't mind certain things being a smell, but it's just like that whole store smells like cheap rubber. And I'm like, I don't need this. But that's my experience. If yours is nicer, please, by all means, shop there. If that's your only accessible point to try and get some of this stuff, by all means, go there and buy it. I am not here to judge you. I'm judging the ones near me, and they are not worth it. And I do know we have proper silicone sculpture stores in town. Many of them. We also have a lot of adults locations where men can go look at stuff, if that's what you're into. Fort Wayne's got a lot going on. I'm actually looking forward to this particular holiday season being over so I can feel better about going into the mall again. I kind of miss it, but this month is like one of the few months where I basically want to avoid it like the plague because it is going to be busy as heckers. I will say, when I went to the Walmart I went to on Saturday, the parking lot was full. I was glad I found a space pretty quickly, but it was full all the way to the back, even on the middle parking rows that were normally mostly empty. But when I was in the store seemed like no fuller than normal. And when I went to the self-checkout section to buy the one thing I was buying there were like 6 or 8 registers free. So I was like, I didn't even have to wait. I just went up, beeped the one sweater I was buying, and got out. And Sam's Club, I cheat at. I use their Pay and Go app. So, other than the fact that I had to wait for them to bring in some new flatbeds to pick up that chair, I just walked around the store at my leisure, looking for the couple of kinds of chicken I wanted and a couple of sweatpants I wanted to get. Some really nice ones right now this time of the year that I got a pair a couple weeks, months ago, about a month ago, and I loved them. And had more in my size when I was there, so I bought more. But I used the Pay and Go app, and I literally was only waiting occasionally for people to get out of my way in an aisle when they were, being stupid. But when you're going down the aisle with a large flatbed that's got a chair on it that weighs, 100 pounds, people tend to get out of your way a little more efficiently. I like that. Now, this is one of the few times they actually stopped me and scanned items in my cart. I haven't had that happen in, visits to Sam's Club. I'm usually, holding my phone up as I'm running to the scanner bar or whatever they have there before the people checker people are. And they just, wave me through. And, you're good to go. We pre-checked you. You are gold. This time I buy a total of 8 items. They want to scan 3 different ones. I had a total of 4 different items. They scanned 3 of the 4 different items in my cart. The chair, the pants, one of the bags of chicken. Not the other bag of chicken, though. That one they didn't have to know about. Or the duplicate of the one they did scan, because they scanned the popcorn chicken. Stand by on that. The blue bagged Members Mark popcorn chicken, I think it's called chunks of chicken or something like that. It doesn't list that as popcorn chicken. The red bag lists as popcorn chicken. I like the flavor better. It comes in a 4-pound bag. It's only $14 for said 4-pound bag. It's pretty darn good value, and it's big chunks of chicken. Big popcorns, big lumpers of good actual chicken, not ground up chicken. Putting that out there. Oh, and I sent you a friend request on Steam a while ago. Did I friend you back? I don't know if I did or not. I think I did. I friended a few people back there not too long ago. I don't look at that list very often. I apologize. Friends. I don't have any pending ones. Are you in a game right now? Because I don't think I've said no to anyone either. Offline, 97. Boop. Do. I don't see a crystal. Either online, offline, or playing a game. If I somehow screwed it up and didn't accept your friend request, go ahead and resend it. I will try again. I don't think you did, but you can worry about it off stream. Yeah, just I don't see any pending friend requests. I can send you my friend code later or after stream or whatever, and I can try and force it for you. Help you make it through. Raven be scram. Hi, little Raven. How you doing, little kitten? You being a good girl tonight? Steam just being dumb. It be that way. You know what? Open the doodly-doo. Hit the copy button. Go over to Discord. Type in C. Is that you? I think that's you. I'm not friended with it. And because I'm in stream right now, it's doing all that whole abbreviated name garbage, so that's making things more difficult. I know a way around this. Go into mine. And look for all the C's and see if it matches any of those. C. For mutual servers. Profile. Well, I'm not directly friends with that one. That might be you. I'm going down a rabbit hole because I'm dopey like this. Anyway. Yeah, when I'm not streaming, it'll at least show me your name straight up. It should be Crystal Lily. My profile pic is my Nova. Okay. Well, let's try that. Crystal. Lily. Now, I like being a rabbit sometimes. I like being a rabbit sometimes, do. Good and nope, being crazy. Yay, be crazy. Good girl, Raven. Cause chaos. Crystal is silly. Let's try this. Boo. Is that the right one? Did you get a message, Crystal? Is this my silly Lily? Shift question mark enter. Yes. Okay. Paste. Steam Fred code. Done. I win. I hope. Yeah. I like being a bunny sometimes too. I may be a lion by species, but being a bunny often is something that is very relaxing and very freeing for me. Any time I've spent being Daisy always ends up being a good time. I love being my pink bunny. I am enjoying being these bunnies. Why would you be lion? I wouldn't be lion. I like to be liony. I like to be me, but I like to be all sorts of aspects of me. I had a friend recently ask me if I was a multiple personality. And to that I happily will say, no, but I do not judge anyone for this. In fact, I know more than a few people who are a system, a multiple, or whatever version of the words they personally find is best for representing what they are. I have a lot of aspects of myself. And I will say I can express them better in different costumes or different online personas. But no matter what, every single one of them you talk to, no matter how I look, is always the same me. Hi there, it me. Yes, you are one of them. You are definitely one of my favorite multiple units. And I love you just the way you are. I'm not going to lie, sometimes I get confused as to which name to use. but I do my best. Just like knowing which pronouns to use for any of my multi-gendered or differential gendered or whatever word you would like to use for yourself, friends, multi-personality people, I do my best to follow along with whatever name they are currently exercising. Yeah, Steam is being stupid. Well, tell Steam to stop being stupid. Don't be stupid, stupid. Stop being stupid. Because I still don't see you trying to friend me either. And I don't think I've denied anyone. Search. I don't have any crit at all. Lily. Oh, that's CLI. Not enough deletes. Lily. Dread Lily, that's not you. Yeah, I have only one Lily on my friends list in there. No friend request pending. Steam is just being a pooper. Stop being a pooper, Steam. Don't be a pooper. Don't be a potty pooper. Be a potty wiener. I sent you my code. We can worry about it later. I sent you my... Oh, okay. If you sent me your code, that might work too. Copy. Back to here. But I'm not doing anything important. I'm just talking to people. No results found for that? Search across all Steam. Hey now, why aren't you letting me type? Okay, let me type, but it won't let me copy. Where did that end up? Oh, I know. There it is. I don't have a keyboard icon now. Wait, that takes away my keyboard when I'm in there. That is dumb. Add friend. Enter friend code. Nope. Okay, at least my keyboard's working. Okay, that's the first several numbers. Send invite. There. I successfully sent an invite to you. Hef. Why is it so complicated? Because I guess I don't exist anymore. We did it. We did it. Did we do it? Are we friends now? Am I friends with you? Should I be friends with you? I don't know. Maybe. Now, are you actually on my list? There's the better question. There you are. I see you. You're online. You're in my list. Yay. All right. We did a quest tonight. We did a thing. Chat, we did a thing. Crystal and I became friends on Steam. We did it. Screw you, Steam. I do exist. You do exist, Crystal. You exist. You're a very existent little cutie pie. A silly one, but you exist. Meow. Now, I have still considered bringing back VR chat streams on another day of the week again. I don't know if I want to commit to that as a permanent thing, but I've considered throwing it up as a part-time thing. My biggest concern is, will I have enough stuff to talk about, and or will I have enough people that want to talk about things that I could be easily distracted with? That's a hard call. Tonight, I specifically came in here with a hard topic, which I feel like I successfully exercised for 3 straight hours of this stream. That's not something I'll actually have every week. I don't think I could twice a week come up with a 3-hour topic. I might be able to have a good hour and a half, 2 hours of thought out things. Past that, I would be living on a prayer on whatever babbling decided to come out of my head. Even this was only loosely mentally scripted, and I had just gone over a few concepts in my head and was kind of rolling with it as I went through this. And I sincerely, honestly, for anybody that's watched the first parts of this, I hope you were able to get something from it, either to help you directly or to help you help someone else in the future. Because that is the point. I didn't do that just to take up 3 hours of your life or to just straight up entertain you for 3 hours. That's considered a bonus. I did it because I wanted to help alleviate a situation that I know happens constantly. I can't guarantee you I'm going to be the one that gets to speak to everyone that personally has this problem. Or I can't even guarantee you that everyone that needs to know about this is going to spot my VOD here on Twitch or on YouTube. What I can hope is I spread some love and knowledge and some help to all of you to either be able to reference this or to be able to help someone through it. In the very least, be able to sit down with them while they cry and hug them and let them know it's going to be okay. That there's going to be more. That unless they're, a stage 7 cancer person who's they got like 6 months to live, they're probably going to get to go to another FurryCon. They're going to see more friends from everywhere. This isn't the end of everything. Life is going to go on. And they're going to find happiness every time they get to go back into their little environment. You may not get to go to every single Enter XCon that you particularly like to go to. Who knows? Maybe you're an FC lover. Even like say you live in Jersey, but you love FC. That is your con. That is your ultimate jam, is to fly 4 time zones away to go to FC. I don't question your logic. Honestly, if that's where a lot of your friends are, that's where a lot of your friends are. I want you to survive. I want you to survive the other 351 to 52-ish days out of the year that you're not at that con. Or even if you can't make the con every couple of years because airfare is just too much, or you couldn't get the time off of work, or you couldn't get a room in one of the better hotels, so you'd be like commuting 20 minutes to the convention every time you wanted to get into fun. I'll admit, I saw someone who had room parties this MFF, and I wanted to go, but it looked like they weren't at the main hotel, and they were going to be a long bus ride away. I'm like, yeah, it's okay. I don't need a room party that bad. I have booze. We're good. We are set. Also, old as dirt. I get tired easily. I don't survive raves very well. Um, and it's been a long time since I did any of that stuff, room parties or raves or any of the other late night scenes. But I do enjoy a good morning fursuiting before eating some breakfast because that's fun. Going out when there's not as many people and getting to be the random entertainment, that's an extra point in your con belt. But to anyone still listening and caring about the main subject of tonight, you're not alone. You never are. Some of us are always here, and the way that sleep schedules work with enough of us, you can probably find at least one or two friends who hit your sleep schedule that are going to be there for you online, at least. If not, semi-locally that can visit with you. Even once a month or once every other month. And go hang out. And go get some, Panda Express at the mall. I will say the Panda Express that was over by the grocery store that's a standalone restaurant was actually better than one in the mall. The wait time sucked, as I mentioned earlier, but their food was really on point. And I think the Thai restaurant in our mall went away, but we still got our Japanese, whatever it's called, teriyaki place. That's still there, and I really like that one. So I got something. Dirty little personal secret. Sakura. I do loves me some mall Sakura Japan teriyaki chicken with fried rice. That is definitely a personal dirty little secret, and I love the heck out of it. Ruby Thai is gone now. Yep. Okay. Which is sad, because I just recently, before they disappeared, picked up some pretty good something spicy for Fopsy, and she really liked it. And now they're gone, so we'll have to go to one of the other Thai places in town to fill in her Thai needs. I wasn't exactly going to the mall to fulfill that particular itch. It was just I wanted teriyaki that day, and I'm like, I gotta buy something to go for her because that'd be rude of me to come home with food. So, life, but we all survive. I'll either buy her a teriyaki as well or something from Panda. Definitely not from Bigoted Chicken or like the Sandwich Shop or any of the other boring stuff in the mall. Who shops at those things in the mall? I mean, really? You're at a mall. Eat something unique. Just eat unique. Pretzel shop even is good. Like, seriously, get a pretzel. Annie Ann's. We have 2 of them. We don't have a big mall, and we have 2 Annie Ann's in our mall. Get a pretzel. Don't eat Bigoted Chicken. If you do eat that place, don't tell me about it. I don't want to hear about the fact that you're eating from a place that supports, not having me have rights to live. Got it? If you're not sure what I mean by that, ask me privately later, and I will say the name of the evil store. We never eat there. We have plenty of other chicken in town that is better. We have, at least coming to finish this list, we have Lee's, KFC, Popeyes, and we have a Raising Cane's coming in over by the mall. Ironically, across the street from the other Bigoted Chicken. I want to see them do better business. Because, I'm evil like that. And I don't complain about the fact that they say something nice to you when you're in their place or related to a religion. Because I think every time I have checked out at Popeyes, they've said something like, God bless you or something as I go out, or have a something God type day. I don't remember. I try to thank you for, thank you. I mean, in your own personal way. when I'm leaving there. But they don't donate money to keep me from being allowed to be me. Raising Cane's having no problem with business. Every time I went to them, it's crowded with lines. Oh, did they actually open? I knew that they were about to open. And they have like the simplest main menu. All of the main protein I think they sell is just chicken strips, either like in a quantity or on a bun. They opened the day after we got back from... Oh snap. Oh, snap. Kind of like the Panda over by Meijer opened just before Thanksgiving over by my Meijer. So, yeah. Nice. Well, we got that now. I look forward to trying Cane's. I have heard nothing but good things about their chicken strips. I'll happily go there and buy a box of frickin' strippies. Yeah, that's in my near plans future thing. Word not working. That's on our homework list. Even if it is just buy a box of takeout strips and bring them home to Fopsy. I love Cane's. I'm hoping the crowds die down sometime soon so I can get there and get some. This I understand. I was hoping the Pandas line had gone down when I went in there. Even thinking that pre-ordering it would fix that problem. When I went in, the line was to the end of the doorway. I had to ask someone to move a little so I can get in so I could get into the waiting for online pickup. But the indoor line was that long, and there was a line again around the building waiting to get through the drive-thru. It's like we were starved for some change around here. But yay, Cane's, and yay, Panda. 2 good wins for my accessible zones of Fort Wayne. We already had a few Pandas, just they were a little bit of a drive. But this is, I think, our first Cane's. I believe we do have a Tim Hortons. I haven't gotten to go there. They're over on the other side of the mall from me. We have 2 ramen places that I know of that are both really good on their ramen. I know one of the ramen places is my favorite place now to get sushi. I know of 2 places a little ways away over on Lima that have decent sushi. And I think there's one opening over by the Joann's, which is next to both our favorite wings place and the pho place. Pho, however you feel like pronouncing that particular soup. But next to that place, there was a sushi place opening up. The Hortons is just down the street from my house. I'll go visit Wild and get some Timmy Bits. Give that a shot. I've heard their coffee's really good, too. I mean, I'm a Dun stan for coffee as far as one of my absolute favorite coffees to if I'd ever have to pay for it. But I've heard Timmy's is really good. So, maybe. Hot take. The K-Cups I took with us to MFF were Dunkin' Donuts K-Cups, hazelnut flavor. In our workroom upstairs, I have a small coffee maker, and I have a big container of, from Sam's Club, Dunkin' Donuts ground coffee to make that coffee with. I more than a few times for my espresso maker bought whole bean Dunkin' Donuts original roast. Currently I have 8 o'clock, and then I have 2 specialty bags I picked up at Anthrocon this last year to support 2 good causes that I'm anxious to get into, and I'm about to get into because this bag at 8 o'clock is almost finished. We'll see how they work. One's from a fox rescue, and one was something about dogs or wolves. I can't remember what. But hey, I certainly hope I'm certainly good with supporting a fox rescue by buying coffee. Especially it was a reasonable rate for a nice roast. Teacup. Oh, Yam, the lovely little Yam. And hydrate. I'll do the hydrate first, then I'll give you your teacup. That way you get your best teacup you can. Yeah, here it comes. All right, hydrate. Elsa, the main reason I downloaded Twitch was because TikTok was getting banned in January. Well, I am glad you found me on the Twitches. I've never really gotten into TikTok myself. It was never really my thing, especially the bite-sized video stuff as opposed to the streaming. I know more of my friends that also are streaming on the TikTok just for the extra locations. I'm not doing that for now, but maybe someday if they stick around is something we can do. Anyway, I owe Yam something. Yam, my lovely sweet potato. I want to let you know I am a teacup bunny. I'm a little bitty teacup bunny. I'm a sweet little teacup bunny, small enough to fit in a teacup on your desk and pop up and smile at you and say, "Hello, little Yam. My name is Caddie. I'm a little teacup bunny, and I'm here to make you smile today. And that's my job, is just to make you happy. And that's what I do. I'm a teacup bunny." There we go. I hope that satisfies. I enjoy Twitch a lot more. Me too. Twitch is fun. Twitch is something that I can do. Oh, yay, you like my icons. Yay, I like those emotes too. I watch a lot of Twitch myself when I'm at work. I have the luxury of a desk job where I can have a computer that is not monitored by work. So I do watch a lot of Twitch streamers while I'm working, and oftentimes in the evening when I'm not working. I just kind of have stuff on in the background. I made a lot of friends that way, and done a lot of networking as well. It's kind of a bonus function. But the friends is the more important thing. I do enjoy all the friends I've made. Y'all are sweet. Both people that watch me, people that I see in other people's channels I watch. Y'all are all wonderful. I appreciate your existences. I hope you have a good Christmas, a safe Christmas. I hope you do as well. We are not traveling for any Christmas. We generally do the Christmas with my family in like January or February whenever I'm able to get some days off. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Never gets the Christmas days off. Grumble. So we'll take a 3-day weekend where we'll just pull a Friday or a Monday off in January or February. And Fopsy and I will go visit my parents, possibly with my sister in tow, so that we'll have a 3-way action. 3 of us getting to see mine and her parents. Yes, my actual sister lives close to me here in my state, and our parents live about 5 to 5.5 hours drive away. But I will happily take my sister in tow for the exhaustive drive across Ohio. As far as actual Christmas goes, yes, well, I'm off tomorrow, and Fopsy's off on Wednesday, but I have to work on Wednesday, and Fopsy works tomorrow. So we'll probably exchange gifts on either tomorrow night or Wednesday night, depending on what our mood is. All of her gifts are currently wrapped and sitting in the living room, waiting to be unboxaminated. My sister's gifts are sitting there because I love my sister, and she's wonderful. Yes, I actually like my real blood sister. She's a wonderful human being, and I like to make her smile. I need to wrap her husband's gift. It's actually sitting on top of the desk. I finally got that picked up. I knew what I was getting him. I just had to pick it up. My dad's presents are bought. I need to find stuff for my mom. She's the worst to shop for, but I have till, well, we're traveling to Apollo. Because Twitch has a lot of support for LGBT. Absolutely. I am a rainbow compatible stream. I hit most of those letters. Fopsy and I often joke that we're a lesbian couple. We're also a gay couple. We're potentially a trans couple. Or potentially a bi couple, depending on how we end up feeling our representative. What does your mom like to do? Mom? She likes to crochet. Mom is like 79 years old. She be old. So I might buy her yarn. I've gotten her that a few times for Christmas. She also likes to cook. I've bought her kitchen gadgets. Last year, she really enjoyed the mandolin I got her. She's enjoyed things like the toaster oven or the rice cooker. But it's hard to pick a new thing. I've been looking at the kitchen gadget aisle constantly. I haven't found one she's really going to like. And the only things I know about, crocheting is what my sister and her tell me about. Okay, what braid of yarn does she like? Does she like particular colors? And then I'll go on Amazon and I'll order them. Or I'll go to Walmart and say, these look okay. Throw them in my cart and check them out. I apparently have a gift box waiting for me under the tree. I made sure the certain person who bought it for me is getting something to... Oh, that's sweet. You're a good little foxy. Yes, she definitely likes to cook. She doesn't do much of it anymore because hip issues. But yeah, that is what I usually get her, something kitchen related. But it's hard to find a new diddly dad that she doesn't already have one that I got her over the years, or that I know she doesn't already have 7 of. But good little Foxy Wild, taking care of your friend who got you a gifty box. That's a good Foxy. We didn't buy for too many of our random friends this year. I know we did get something rollable for someone, and they received it already. We have one person that had agreed with us ahead of time that we're doing a gift exchange at a certain price level. So we have spent that much money, and it is wrapped and ready to go. And I have one person that has no idea they're getting something that I'm going to surprise them with. It wasn't expensive. It's not very big. But I know it's something that they actually want and will enjoy. And sometimes that's what it comes down to when you're buying presents. It's not the dollar value that matters. It's how much it is valued by the person that's getting it. If you buy a $50 thing, someone just goes, wow, and leaves in the box. You wasted $50. But you buy someone $20 a thing, and they love it and use it every day until it wears out, you bought something that was valued probably more than that $50 item. I do appreciate the rollable item. Yes. Yay. I'm glad. No more hauling 18-gallon totes across the death bridge. Nope. Bad Vixen. Nope. Again, when someone has something you know they need and want, that's the thing to get someone, whether or not you're expecting something back. No, I'm not expecting something back. I'm expecting people to be happy. Heck, I actually expect my sister isn't going to give me anything because she's not really feeling like she can afford Christmas this year. So I'm making sure she has Christmas this year. Caddie rules. Heck, this last year when her birthday was coming up, Mom messaged me about a month beforehand and asked me, could you please make sure and buy your sister a cake for her birthday? I can't be there to do it, and I want to make sure she gets one. And I'll pay you for it when you come and see us next. I was like, no, you're not. I'm buying my sister a cake. And I will bring it over to her, along with a birthday present. And there's no discussion here. This is happening. My sister is getting a happy birthday. And I did that. And I did do that. I actually found it was like a triple chocolate cake at Meijer. Little round one, but big enough for the 4 of us to enjoy. By far. She was stuck with over half a cake left when we left. I'm evil and left her with that problem. But it was like stupid rich and tasty. It had a very good flavor. It was out of the nice cake line, not the like basic sheet cakes. the pretty cake cabinet where they make the fancier looking ones. And it was surprisingly affordable. It was actually cheaper than a quarter sheet cake was. Tasted a hell of a lot better. Remember, things you think are going to be cheaper and more better value aren't always cheaper and better value. Shop around, kids. Shop around. Yeah. But I'm looking forward to seeing Fopsy open her presents. I actually feel bad because, and I've already told her this, one of her presents probably won't be here till after Christmas. At this point, it might actually be here before January, which I'm hoping really, really hard that it does get here before New Year's Eve. And I will happily give it to her as soon as it gets in. But everything else is wrapped that I have purchased for Christmas this year, besides the one thing for the brother-in-law and whatever I'm getting Mom, because I still need to shop for that. Dad, I actually found something for. He doesn't watch streams or anything. He doesn't know how computers work, so I'm not worried that he's going to hear about it. But yeah, it's something I had mentioned I bought myself one of off a Woot sale. And he said how cool that concept was and that he wanted one. Even if he was watching this, I'm not breaking exactly what it was because he's probably already forgotten that I said something about it. But I went on Amazon. I found him one. I'd had it on my wish list for a while, and then I saw it go on sale a couple months ago for like $20 off. I'm like, and ordered. It was the first Christmas present I'd picked up this year, way before Halloween. And one of the things I got for my sister, I got not long after that because I saw it in the store. I'm like, well, this is inexpensive. She's getting that to go with whatever I buy her. Just fine. And I bought something else for Dad while I was at the store this last week because I saw it sitting on the shelf. I'm like, it was in one of those man gift sections, you know, where they have those like random manly man items that for quick purchase. It was one of those, but it so spoke to me about him. It felt right, and it was really inexpensive. Like, this will round his present off. That'll be perfect. So Dad's got a nice couple of things unwrapped when we visit, and I look forward to seeing his face when he gets it. And I'm sure he's going to enjoy at least 90% of it. And he's going to roll his eyes at about 2% of it. For any of you that know my dad, you'll know the 2% what it is already. The one thing he says a man can never have too many of. Until this last year, whenever I finally got him a big set of them again, he's like, okay, I think I have enough of these now. I'm like, damn right you do. I do my job well. I'm a good thrifty shopper, and I bought you a ton of good ones. You're never running out of that stuff, no matter how many you lose around the house. I'm weird, I'm special, but I like me the way I am, and so does my family and friends, and my lovely other half, who I refer to as my husband wife, depending on what context we're discussing. Anyway, it's 1:45. I should probably raid you out to somewhere before it gets too late. Let me see who's on that I can biddly doodly to the doodly do. Be whoop. Back to here. Over here. And we'll see with pure imagination who all's on that I want to annoy. Is she still sleeping? She's still sleeping. Otherwise, I would have sent you there. Oh, well. Who else be doing the do? Rated them recently. I have not rated this one recently. 3 hours and 40 some minutes in. They do not appear to be on a break or something. I see chatting going on down there. What? Okay, it's not a shared chat with me. All right, good. I didn't accidentally offer a collab or something. I don't want to accidentally ever do that. But I'm just making sure they're actually on. No, I don't have the little green dot with them anyway, so we are good. Yeah, but I'm not sure if they're on because I don't see their avatar on the screen. I hate to do that if I'm not sure. President not sure. You know what? If that one's on, okay, that one's on. I know I'm sending you to. She's awesome. She hasn't gotten me in a while. And it's somewhat appropriate. We're going to go with... Tell this lovely lady that the Goth Bunny Caddie sent you there. Okay? Goth Caddie sent you over. I appreciate you spending time with me. I normally stream at least Monday nights from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. That is 45 minutes ago-ish from now till 4 hours and 45 minutes ago-ish from now. Yes, I will take that hydrate. I also randomly stream Borderlands. I'm considering throwing in another weekly stream here and there, chatting if I can think of enough things to talk about. Drinking. But I hope you all have a lovely night. I hope tonight's stream was actually helpful in a lot of ways. I hope you all do something that makes you smile. I hope you wear something that makes you feel comfortable. Watch a stream or something that makes you feel special. Just do something for you. Do something specifically that makes you happy. Not to make other people happy. Makes you happy. That's all I can ask of you today. Something that makes you happy. But for right now, I want to send you to someone. I want you to make them smile too. And remember, Goth Bunny Caddie sent you. Got it? That's your raid message. Goth Bunny Caddie sent you. And I'll see you all again next time. Enjoy, floofs.